Are we ready to go? Thank you. Okay, we'll go ahead and get started. I call to order the meeting of the Manassas Park governing body for April 6, 2021. Per the General Assembly's approval of the governor's amendments to the biennial budget, the governing body may now meet electronically without a quorum actually assembled in a single location and without the in-person governing body members voting on the participation of those who are remoting in. The following benchmarks for the meeting this evening have been met. First, the governor has declared a state of emergency for the current COVID-19 pandemic in accordance with Code of Virginia. Second, the declared emergency makes it impractical or potentially unsafe for the governing body to assemble in a single location, and guidance from state and federal government support this determination. Therefore, the governing body will be meeting with various members participating electronically through GoToMeeting. Third, the meeting is to discuss or transact the business statutorily required or necessary to continue operations of the governing body. Fourth, the governing body will make available a recording or transcript of the meeting on its website in accordance with Code of Virginia. Fifth, notice has been and will continue to be provided to the public using available methods. Lastly, we have made and will continue to make arrangements for public access through electronic means, including the ability to comment. Those participating electronically are Council Member Hasib Javed and Vice Mayor Banks. Those participating in person are Council Member Yessi Amaya, Council Member Alana Mensing, Council Member Laura Hampton, Council Member Darrell Moore, and Mayor Jeanette Rischel. Moving on, we have approval of the agenda. I believe we do have a closed session. Is that correct, City Attorney?
Yes, ma'am. Paragraph 7, litigation.
Paragraph 7, litigation. Thank you. Are there any changes or edits to the agenda? Okay. Hearing none, do we have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed, abstained, motion carries. Next, during the moment of silence, I would ask that we all remember Mr. Charles Montgomery. He was the city representative to the Commission on Aging, and he has passed away, so please keep his family in your thoughts. And join us in a moment of silence. And Councilmember Moore, would you lead us in the pledge?
Yes. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Moving on to public comment time. Has anyone signed up for? Okay. Are you the only person signed up?
I have a full new sheet out. So
Okay. Okay. Mr. Donald Shoemaker, please proceed.
I'm going to take my mask off just in case. I saw before you on the agenda, there is a proposal from the school board to spend money. And part of my issue with that is there are no documents that are uploaded to the city website. So, those of us now in the general public, we have no idea whether it's the supplemental budget with the federal and state money. I assume that's what it is with the COVID money that's coming through the school board. But as a matter of transparency, those of us in the public have no idea what's going on that issue. And I do that with all due respect. I know all of you guys personally. I know a lot of the school board members personally, but that's a huge transparency issue. And I think that people in the public need to feel that faith that we're transparent in all the parts of the city, particularly because we do have the highest property tax rate. There's going to be a lot of attention in this next budget about spending decisions, the rate, etc. And that even though this may not be city money, we have no documents and no information in order to make any kind of reasonable assessment. Further, if parents are trying to make an assessment about whether to send their children back to school, they'd like to know what mitigation efforts that are being budgeted so that they know that, hey, it's safe, or, I want to remain on the virtual side. I don't have, it's not an issue for me personally, but we have a lot of residents out there that are trying to make decisions as we vaccinate and we kind of return to a sense of normalcy. So I don't know if I need to address this too, but I'm addressing it to you guys because it is part of your agenda. I'm just concerned that there's no documentation with their proposal. And so I'd like to make sure that we do have documentation. I think it's a good practice. So thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Are there any other comments have been sent in or phoned in or emailed in? Okay. Seeing none and hearing none, we will move on to our public hearing. 3A is a public hearing for the school's FY21 school budget amendment. I declare the public hearing open. We will have a presentation from Mr. Warwick from the school division. Welcome, Mr. Warwick.
Thank you. I'm going to share my screen here in a moment.
You should have it now.
Okay, can everybody see my screen?
Yes. Yes.
Okay, thank you, and good evening, members of the governing body. Tonight, we are asking for the governing body's approval to amend the school board's FY21 budget as required by Virginia Code 15.2-2507. The school board must hold a public hearing if the total expenditures exceed 1% of the currently adopted budget. Also, the Virginia Code requires the publication of a notice of public hearing at least 7 days prior to the meeting date. The school board has published a public hearing notice and unanimously approved the FY21 revised budget. So why will the budget exceed the 1% requirement? It is primarily due to the Federal CARES Act funding the division has been awarded during fiscal year 2021. The total amount awarded of $1.17 million was awarded under 3 different categories when provided by the state. Coronavirus relief funds of $597,000 were originally provided with a short time frame to spend, 2 months. This has now been extended by the federal government for another year through December 31, 2021. ESSER 1 funds of $273,000 were provided as a 2-year grant with an end date of September 30th, 2022. Spending has been delayed due to the short time frame focus of the CRF funds mentioned previously. Lastly, state set-aside funds of $303,000 have a similar grant period to the ESSER 1 funds. However, the award was based on specific budget categories of spending. We also added an additional item that was approved by Manassas Park City for the reimbursement of the middle school cooling tower replacement of $142,000. Since the city included this as part of their revised budget, it was important for the division to include it here as well. This slide presents a table reflecting the actual changes being proposed for the revised FY21 budget. As can be seen in the lower right-hand corner, the increases are 2.83% of the total budget for the school division requiring the public hearing. Thank you, governing body. That concludes my presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Warwick. And now we'll move on to questions. I would like to start by asking you if you could please provide more specific information regarding proposed and actual expenditures. The governing body generally likes to receive more robust level of detail for all of our presentations, and it really enhances transparency. So could you please elaborate, Mr. Warwick?
Certainly. So these three funding sources came as a result of obviously the pandemic, and so each of those funding sources were provided at a different time during the fiscal year, and so they each are restricted for the purposes of related to the pandemic. And so each of these sources have different restrictions, but they're all related to anything that's related to the pandemic. So we cannot use these funds to supplant. They must supplement, and so it has to be for new expenditures or for anything new related to, and it has to be specifically related to the pandemic.
So could you give some examples, just for the benefit of the folks at home and for our benefit here? Can you be a little bit more specific, Mr. Warwick?
Sure. So, for example, the coronavirus relief funds have been used for PPE. They were also used for, we had had an initiative to provide hands-free restrooms for all the buildings. We also used it in a lot of the IT resources in order to provide, be able to provide an education for the students virtually. So there were all many uses such as those, as well as for enhanced cleaning of the buildings. We also installed air filters that were HEPA in the buses, the school buses. So we used the funds strategically to try to ensure that we could continue educating our students virtually, as well as having them come onto the grounds whenever possible.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Hampton, do you have any comments or questions?
I do. Thank you for giving this presentation, though I really would have liked it a little bit more than 15 minutes before I walked in, so I could at least reviewed it and come up with some very in-depth questions. And I agree with the mayor that in the future we really would like detail. That's something in my world, my professional world, I expect, and I have to give my clients. So if you could do us that courtesy, I'd be greatly appreciative. My other question is, has this funding been spent already, or are you planning to spend it even though we're now in Q4?
Yes, we are in the process of spending these funds, and we intend on spending them prior to the end of June 30th.
Okay. And then can you give an example of what you spent or will be spending for the second funding there, the ESSER 1 funds?
Sure. So ESSER 1 fund, let me see here. We spent approximately $122,000 on digital resources for various types of applications for students to be able to have access virtually for much of their programs in education. Also, we spent $50,000 on teacher laptops, and another $100,000 for the that we intend on spending through the end of June for continuing the enhanced cleaning.
Okay, thank you. No more questions, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Councilmember Mensing.
Where can we find the presentation that you gave to the school board detailing your plans for the funding? I'm assuming it's more detailed than this. Could you send that to us, or could you tell me which meeting it was so I can be sure to watch it?
No, this was the presentation exact presentation that we presented to the school board as well.
Oh my God.
Okay.
Councilmember Moore?
Well, let's go the next round. The state set aside funds. How were those monies expended? The 300,000, or have they been?
Sure. So those were specific categories that were predetermined by the state, and so we have looks like 5 different categories that those funds were required to be under. We had special ed services, school nutrition, the vision, which was related to IT, cleaning supplies, and the facilities upgrade. The majority of those funds were under the vision part of the state set-aside grants, and that was for IT related. So we were able to supply the students and the staff with Chromebooks in order to be able to, continue educating virtually.
Were there any major capital expenditures made for capital improvements or enhancements other than the bathroom doors or the IT equipment?
No, there wasn't any real capital upgrades. We did do some. Let's see, the hands-free restrooms, which was more of just replacing the mechanisms in the toilets, as well as in the faucets, as well as the paper towels and the soap dispensers.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Sure.
Councilmember Amaya?
I only have one question. The Chromebooks that you said were purchased, do you know how many were purchased? Because from what I understand, most kids already had access to Chromebooks.
I don't know the exact number, but they gave us $250,000 for this purpose, so it was a significant amount.
Okay, thank you.
Can I follow up on that?
Sure.
Yes, follow up.
How many students had Chromebooks prior to that?
I'm sorry, I'm not really certain of how many had prior, so I need to find out and get back to you on that.
Okay. Councilmember Javed, questions or comments?
Yeah, hey, good evening. Good question. With this CARES Act funding, were you able to hire additional nurses? And was that utilized for that specific use?
No, we didn't hire any staff with any of these funds because they were basically at the time, we didn't know if this funding we would continue to receive. So, if we had to hire staff, then we would need to continue to find funding for that staff, going forward. So we didn't make any decisions in that sense up till that point.
Got it. And then, how is if you guys don't use the CARES Act money that's being supplied, is it taken away, or where does it go? Or does it have to be used up?
Yeah, they encourage you to use it, and we do have plans to use it all. So I don't think we'll have that issue, but certainly whatever doesn't get used, we won't request reimbursement for. So only one of the 3 we received funds in advance. The other 2 are on a reimbursement basis. So those are only, once we've expended the funds, then we can request the funds.
And then my last question is, we received your request last meeting, but it doesn't have a line item of the expenses that were caused by COVID. I think what the governing body is requesting is that maybe a line item of some of the expenses that took place. Is that possible to retrieve?
Just to see kind of what we've expended the funds on. Sure, we could provide that.
Correct. Yes, something just like line by line to see where the funds for the CARES Act is being used. Something
Sure.
at that extent would be helpful for us.
Sure, absolutely.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Banks?
Hi. Question regarding the cleaning service. How was that funded? What was the source of it? And was the cleaning services the highest cost of your expenses with COVID? If not, then what category, what item was?
I'd say cleaning was a pretty high cost. I mean, it was about $16,000 a month. So that was a pretty high cost. So that was definitely the only cost that's recurring that we were charging to the grants. All the other purchases were one-time purchases. So I'd say outside of the cleaning, the hands-free restrooms were, I think about $120,000, and then we also got the air filters for all of our buses. We have like 30 something, some odd buses, so we had to get air filters for all those. Those cost about 90 something thousand to get all those and to get them installed.
Okay, so the service expense, did you guys have to hire a new company, or did you just continue to use the cleaning service that you currently use, but just use them more often?
Yeah, no, they just stepped up the cleaning to the level that was required for the pandemic.
Restrooms. What exactly did that entail? I mean, it involves more than just removing the door, right?
Yeah, no, the doors weren't removed. It was replacing the mechanism on the toilet so that you didn't have to touch the toilet for it to flush, as well as the sinks. So, basically it's a hands-free restroom, so you didn't have to, touch the surfaces of anything that you were, using in the restroom.
And the doors, what is it, a mechanism that automatically opens the doors, or?
No, the doors, we didn't have anything elaborate done with the doors. It was really just the sink, the toilet, and the soap and hand towel dispensers.
So the students still have to touch the doorknobs in order to open the door?
I believe so, yes.
Was there any consideration even in terms of putting that, I think there's like a little step thing you can put on the bottom of the door to open up your foot?
It's a good thought. I don't know if they already have something like that in place, but I can certainly find out.
Yeah, because it make it like, I was just wondering how the restrooms are. I think that's it for my questions, but thank you.
Sure, you're welcome.
Thank you. Okay, it's time for public comment time. Is there anyone who would like to make public comment regarding the FY21 school budget amendment? Okay, seeing no one and hearing no one, we will move on. Do we have a motion to close the public hearing?
Moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed, abstained, motion carries. The vote usually takes place at the next regularly scheduled meeting, which I believe will be April 20th. Thank you, Mr. Warwick, for joining us this evening.
Thank you. Thank you for having me.
Okay, no recognitions, information presentations. Moving on to consent agenda. Consent agenda consists of the approval of the minutes of March 30th, 2021. Do we have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
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 Opposed, abstained, motion carries. Okay, moving on to unfinished business. In 8A is the zoning ordinance text amendment, ZOTA number 21-01, off-street parking for enlarging residential dwellings. The public hearing having already been held on March 16th.
Great. Thank you, Mayor and members of the governing body. This is Michelle Berry, speaking remotely to you. Just to summarize, this is a zoning ordinance text amendment to require additions for single-family detached dwellings to come into compliance with the parking requirement for that specific residential unit, which is 2 parking spaces per dwelling. And this would be required when the addition is 10% or greater of the existing gross floor area of the home. As the mayor said, the public hearing for the governing body was held on March 16th, and the Planning Commission recommended approval of the zoning ordinance text amendment on February 10th. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Okay, thank you, Mickey. Let's start with the folks at home. Councilmember Javed, do you have any comments or questions?
Yeah, I got one question for Mickey. Is there if the homeowner wanted to expand a driveway, per the ordinance, and they extend the driveway into the front yard, they're allowed to do so?
So the requirement is for driveways in the front yard, which is the area of between the front property line of the lot and the front facade of the house. In that area, you can only have 20% or 20% of the width of the lot, or 20 feet, whichever is greater. Typically on the west side, that will be the 20 feet, unless it's a corner lot. So that's the requirement there, and that was put in place so parking wouldn't take up the entire front yard. But you are allowed to put a driveway on the side and in the rear of your property. There's no restriction on that.
And then with the widening of the driveway, there would be a widening, I guess, of the entrance, like ingress and egress too, or the curb expansion or anything?
Right.
I don't know what the term would be.
Yeah, we call it a curb cut. We already have a process in place for that. What happens is when they want to expand the driveway and the curb cut, they do come in and prepare an application for that. We do require a fee of about $50 and also a deposit of $300 to ensure that the right-of-way and the curb cutting is done properly. We do have Mark Rowland come out from Public Works to inspect the work, and then when he okays it, they do get back their $300.
So there will be no issues on the city's end of approving right-of-ways for expansion?
No. Right. I mean, sometimes they can't. We did have an issue one time when there was a electrical pole, a guide wire in the location where they wanted to put the driveway. So we worked with the resident to do that, and actually that was Mark who brought that to our attention. So no, it shouldn't be a problem with the city, but we do look out for issues such as that and making sure that the curb is up to our standards when we basically, if you want to call it, accept it back into our system to make sure that it's conformance with our standards.
And then question about, I guess, a one-car garage is considered to be half parking space.
Yes.
So when you can fit a whole car in there, your zoning department comes out to evaluate, that would be in compliance, correct?
Yes, I mean, so if, it is counted as half a space. So like if they were to come in and claim the garage as one of their two spaces, technically it would only count for a half a space. And you have to round up. So you can't just say, okay, I have 1.5 spaces, like one in the garage and one in the driveway. They would have to demonstrate that they have technically 3 spaces. So 2 in the driveway and 1 in the garage, so there'll only be 2.5. So they can exceed it, but they can't, yeah.
Well, I mean, if you can, it's kind of hard to believe that you can fit half a car in a garage.
Well, that's not the logic. It's more of the fact that, as you probably are aware, a lot of people use their garage for storage. And so they wanted to accommodate that issue by only designating it as half a space, even though physically you could get in, if it's a one-car garage, one vehicle. Because many times you can't use the garage for vehicle parking. And that's why that was done.
Well, I just want to make sure that, whoever goes out to approve it, that they use their, the common sense to say, hey, we could fit a whole garage in here. It's not storage, it's not used for storage. And then the driveway counts as the other space. They have two car spaces.
Right. Well, and when they...
Becky, so if we change that, if we want to count garages as one space, just remember what the discussion was during the downtown. When it was counted as half, you would have gotten a lot less parking from a new development if you start counting garages as one space. So we really don't recommend tampering with that if our goal is to expand parking spaces. So I would caution against starting to count garages as a full parking space for zoning purposes.
Thank you, Laszlo. I can remember I was on the committee that was responsible for promoting the 1/2 because it was an improvement. Yeah, thank you. Do you have any follow-up, Councilmember Javed?
Yeah, so I'll just, my follow-up is, so we won't use our judgment in that case. We'll just go what's written, about 1.5 spaces.
Well, right, again, they would have to demonstrate that they have 2 full spaces. And, what happens is they submit their house location survey and show where the driveway is going to be. And if they have a garage, then we would count that. So we will, as part of the application process, we will tell them whether or not they meet those parking space standards. And they would, if they hopefully have room, they can modify that to ensure that they have the requisite parking. And you're right, most of it would be probably in the rear.
Yeah, then my last question is that, so for the ones that have no driveways, are we, it wasn't clear last meeting, are we accepting applications for enhancement to the houses, or they will not be allowed to?
No, we always accept applications. Every application that comes to us is reviewed. But what we would tell them is that we cannot approve it until you provide the 2 parking spaces, the 9x18 parking spaces. They'd have to demonstrate that they can accommodate that on the lot. So they may have to expand the driveway as part of the process.
But it was like on top of the hill, like there's no way the driveway can be put in there. So those applications after being reviewed will be denied, right? There's no verbiage in this ordinance saying that they could have a variance or some type of leeway.
Well, the variance, not this specific ordinance, but a variance is allowed. There's a specific section in the zoning ordinance which is applicable to all the zoning provisions where you can get a variance. So that would be the same option for them. So we don't need to add that language to this proposal.
Okay, that sounds good. I mean, before I just want to make sure that it encompasses everybody and not excluding households.
Okay. Vice Mayor Banks?
No questions. Thank you.
Councilmember Hampton?
No questions.
Okay. Councilmember Mensing?
No questions.
Councilmember Moore?
No questions.
Councilmember Amaya?
No questions.
Okay. Okay, thank you. The staff recommendation is that the governing body approve zoning ordinance text amendment ZOTA number 21-01, off-street parking for enlarging residential dwellings. Do we have a motion?
Moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
I didn't hear you, Preston. Did you vote?
Aye.
Okay, thank you. Opposed, abstained, motion carries. Thank you very much, Mickey.
Thank you. Good evening.
Next, we have fire and rescue ambulance purchase, item number 9A. Okay, welcome, Chief.
So tonight, the fire rescue department is going to ask everybody to do ambulance for the department. So the fire rescue department has an immediate need to replace our current 2008 Ford ambulance through the department's capital improvement plan. It's been identified that we're trying to replace our ambulances on a 5 to 8 year rotation base, and it's based off the nation's best and safe practices for emergency vehicle replacement. Our current fleet was designed and built to meet the federal KKKA 1822F standards, which was the gold standard of ambulance safety several years ago. So that's currently been replaced by the Commission of Accreditation of Ambulance Services, Ground Vehicle Standards, and the National Fire Protection Association, they call that NFPA 1917. So when this committee got together, their objectives were simply to put up new standards to improve the safety through new design guidelines. And it was through performance, it's through testing equipment, lots of crash testing. That's been one of the biggest issues, crash testing. Some important items that they addressed in this was standards that were make sure that we can seat and restrain our employees in the back, our providers. We had too many accidents where our providers were just getting thrown over the back of the trucks, so there's no seat belts back there at the time. So that's being implemented to these things now. Seatbelt warning systems, cot, and the equipment retention systems. Last fall, we voted to a grant to do one for our older man in 2013 to upgrade that. So this one will also have the same thing, keep the patient is tied to the stretcher, very stable, so the stretcher never leaves the ambulance or never turns upside down, so never is all in an accident. So all these items that we talked about were incorporated into our new design for our new ambulance proposal. And the reason we got behind schedule is we knew that due to our city's past and current financial issues, we've kind of pushed our plan back a little bit off the 5 to 8 year mark. We're hoping to stay at 5 to 8 years, but we truly understand that the city just wouldn't able to do that at the time. Knowing that we have a plan in place now for downtown development, we're getting much stronger as a city financially. We're going to try to get back to our 5 to 8 year plan to keep this cycle in place. So during the process, staff entertained multiple different manufacturers with presentations, ambulance demonstrations, lots of rides and demos. And they decided that we're going to use Braun Ambulance Company. They're out of Ohio. And we're going to be buying it from a company called PenCare Incorporated. So,
It's actually not in here.
okay.
Easy Auto, Easy Ride Autos, doing business as PenCare.
Well, that was 20 year change.
Yes.
Been on your best friend the last 3 days. So, under the agreement, we'll be using the Houston-Galveston Area Council agreement. It's a cooperative purchasing procedure of the Virginia Public Procurement Act. HGAC is a regional association of local governments, provides cooperative procurement opportunities to members. So the fire and rescue department has used HGAC in the past. We bought our last ambulance off that, plus our last fire truck off that contract as well. So the county's very versed in this contract all of a sudden. So the department's proposing to finance the purchase of the Braun ambulance and the Striker power load system with a 5-year lease plan, which the city will own after the 5 years are up. After working with the finance department to get the most advantageous rate for the city, the department's recommended Republic First National. That interest rate was at 2.793, be accepted. The total cost of the new ambulance and equipment over 5 years, FY 21 through 25, including interest from Republic First National, will be for a cost of $324,775.35. And this was identified in the fire department CIP, I believe more. So the total financial impact to the city would be $324,775.35. And that's going to break down to about $65,000 for FY 21. It was budgeted. The budget amount we had estimated for this was $325. We got real close. I think it's the cost of metal right now going up. The final cost of the amount we requested was $324,775.35 coming out of the capital lease funds. So, with all that being said, the staff recommendation from the governing body would be that the governing body authorize the city manager to negotiate and sign, 1, an agreement for the Braun ambulance for the amount not to exceed $262,990 by writing the HGAC contract. An agreement with Striker Power Load System for an amount not to exceed $43,247.57 using the city's small purchasing procurement. And 3, a 5-year lease purchase agreement with Republic First National at an interest rate not to exceed 2.793 for all total costs not to exceed $324,775.35 as presented, subject to final review by the city attorney.
Thank you, Chief. Okay. Does Dean, do you want to make a comment? You're hovering there.
Yeah, I need to clarify just a couple of things, just so as was pointed out, the HGAC contract is with Braun Industries. However, the Commonwealth of Virginia requires any company selling a vehicle in Virginia to actually have a brick and mortar location. Okay, and so this company, Easy Ride Autos Inc., is the Virginia dealer that is authorized to sell through the HGAC contract. So our contract's actually going to be with this Easy Ride Autos. However, we're also going to be, they're covered under the insurance program for Braun Industries. So it's kind of, it took a while to get all this figured out. And so Braun Industries is actually going to provide the insurance. The Easy Ride Autos is covered under that as the authorized dealer in Virginia. So that's the first contract. That's to buy the actual vehicle. The Striker component is to do the add-ons. Okay, so that's going to be a separate contract. And then so you're going to have 3 things to vote on tonight. One's the approval or authorizing the city manager to negotiate and signed an agreement writing the HGAC contract. One is a small procurement contract with Stryker, and then one with the, for the financing component. So just want to make sure you understand that. So one is to buy it, and then finance it, finance the whole thing.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Councilmember Amaya, do you have any comments or questions?
No questions right now.
Councilmember Moore?
Yes, thank you, Chief, for the presentation. Thank you, Dean. The only question I have is, what are we going to do with the current ambulance? Are we going to sell it, or what's the plan?
It'll be sold.
Okay. What's the value of the current 13-year-old?
I don't know if 2008 is going to bring. I would imagine it wouldn't bring much. I can tell you back in 2004 was the last time we really went out of the way. We actually gave that to Public Works to use for a sewer truck.
Oh, the ambulance. Okay.
They reinvented that back in the day, so we used it the last one inside the city. I think this one probably work for sale through either our city auction, or we just have to look for a vendor to provide, so we'll send more money for it.
And are those funds, Mr. City Manager, rolled back into the lease purchase fund, or come back into our general fund?
They just come back into the general fund. I mean, we could, I probably wouldn't want to do, in the capital leases, this would drive Pond crazy. We really need to keep those separate.
Okay.
From an auditing standpoint, so the actual expenditures are tracked separately as a principal and interest. So I would hate to count revenue against that. It would really screw up our auditing process. So it would be better just to recognize it as revenue within the city's general fund. We are starting to show by department now what they bring in public surplus. So if there's a desire if we do have items that sell for more, to utilize those for to offset other purchases, we certainly could do that.
That would be great.
But we've been selling so many old stuff at this point, we really get a lot in return.
Chief, I do have one other question, and that is, what's the warranty on this vehicle? Do we get any protections under the purchase?
Just to go back to your question about the selling the truck.
Yes, sir.
We just sold a older fire truck. I mean, it's a lot more metal, it's a lot more components, and that only brought $7,500.
Oh, wow. A scrap type thing?
I think you need to scrap it for that much money.
You're right. Absolutely.
So the warranty of this truck is going to be, it comes in various different elements, but the structural of the unit is lifetime. All the conversion components are going to be 3 years. Electrical is going to be 7 years. Paint 7 years. And the graphics 3 years. And that's why we're trying to hold these things for at least 8 years at the most. Once the warranty start running out, we start sending these to the shop, and the city shop's going, they're starting to cost me a lot of money. One of us not that big either, so we try to start moving those out of the way. That's why we're saying 5 to 8 years, but it's our lifespan on everything.
I just want to say this is an excellent purchase. I'm glad we're able, the city, to make this kind of purchase at this time. When you think about safety and public health of our community, to have a vehicle that's up to date and will have restrain them in the back from falling out or whatever, or our staff riding in the back for safety reasons, I think this is a great move. I'm just glad that we're in a position today to make this purchase. And so I'm just really excited about that. Thank you, Chief, for your presentation.
I just add one thing also, what you mentioned before about using it to reduce.
Yes, the cost.
That's
Yes.
exactly what we're doing with the overall fleet, what's called the white fleet, the not specialized vehicles. With the enterprise program, they're trying to maximize your return equity.
Yes.
So like, when's the best time to sell the vehicle to maximize your return and then reduce the cost of the new lease program? So that's exactly the same philosophy that we're adopting now with the enterprise model.
Very excellent. Fantastic.
Okay.
Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Councilmember Mensing?
No questions.
Okay. Councilmember Hampton?
Yep. Hey, Chief. So I got a question. This ambulance, is it like our current ambulance that's in operation where you can take the cab off of it when the drivetrain and all that stuff goes bad, and then you just get a new drivetrain and you put the cab on top of it?
You can repurpose the body. A lot of places are not recommending replacing bodies because of the way they're being constructed and built nowadays.
Okay.
Because the one thing about the Braun is we found out was it has what's called a solid body construction, where everything's in one piece of metal. You know, if you ever have a crash, where the weakest point is, the welds.
Yeah.
So this is one piece. There's not a whole lot of welds in this truck anymore.
Okay.
Except for inside the joints at the bottom. We could probably look at that down the road if it's something we look at.
No, I just was.
It's an opportunity, it's a possibility, yes.
I was just curious. Thank you.
Councilmember Javed, do you have any comments or questions?
So, question, I guess, the maintenance, since we're leasing this, we would be required to maintain the cost of it, the maintenance as well? Like oil changes and tire.
Yes, so like oil changes and small maintenance will go to our city garage. Any warranty work would go to the vendor we're currently using for all of our fleet fire apparatus, which is chosen by the city garage, Tommy, the city garage. He subs most of our stuff out because he's not certified as a big truck mechanic. But he serves most of that to a place called Finley Fire right here in Manassas. And they are actually a authorized warranty dealer for Braun Industries.
Okay. Do you have a follow-up?
And my last question, I guess, might be for Dean, on the contract for the, I guess, termination procedure. It just has a one-way where HGAC may terminate this agreement at any time. Do we want to include a city as well, or you don't think it's necessary?
So I actually have drafted a separate contract that incorporates the HGAC contract. Okay, so a lot of the terms that are in there are incorporated by reference, but where there's a conflict between the city's contract and the HGAC contract, the city's contract will take precedence. So for us, we have termination provisions in there where the city can terminate or default various reasons. They're listed in the contract, and that would allow us to terminate at that point. And I spoke with the folks earlier today, and they've accepted our contract, and they should have it signed to us the next day or two. Does that answer your question?
Okay, sounds good. Thank you, Dean.
You're welcome.
Okay. Vice Mayor Banks?
No questions, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Chief. And I echo what Councilmember Moore said about the safety aspects of this vehicle. Thank you. Staff recommendation, actually, there are 3 separate motions. The first motion is that the governing body authorize the city manager to negotiate and sign an agreement for the Braun ambulance for an amount not to exceed $262,990 by writing the HGAC agreement as presented, subject to final city attorney review.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
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 Opposed, abstained, motion carries. Thank you. Second motion, or the second recommended motion, is that the governing body authorize city manager to negotiate and sign an agreement for the Stryker power load system for an amount not to exceed $43,247.57, using the city's small purchase procedures as presented, subject to final city attorney review.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstained? Motion carries. Thank you. Next motion is that the governing body authorize city manager to negotiate and sign a 5-year lease purchase agreement with Republic First National at an interest rate not to exceed 2.793% for a total cost not to exceed $324,775.35 as presented, subject to final review by city attorney. Motion?
Moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
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 Opposed? Abstained? Motion carries. Thanks again, Chief. Terrific.
Good night.
Good night.
Okay. Okay, moving on to 9B. 9B is Virginia Municipal League Policy Committee nominations. Some governing body members have volunteered for the following committees. Councilmember Hampton for the General Laws Committee, Councilmember Mensing for the Environmental Committee, Mayor Rischel for the Transportation Committee, and Councilmember Moore for the Finance Committee. Are there any other comments or changes that we'd like to make, or questions? Anything? Vice Mayor Banks, Councilmember Javed, questions, comments?
No questions, thank you.
No? Okay. Councilmember Hampton?
Nope.
Okay.
No question.
No question.
Okay, so the motion is to nominate the following governing body members for BML policy committees. And that was Councilmember Hampton for General Law, Councilmember Mensing for Environmental, Mayor Rischel for Transportation, Councilmember Moore for Finance. Do we have a motion?
So moved. Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, abstained, motion carries. Thank you. Moving on to City Manager FY22 budget presentation. We've all been looking forward to this. Incredibly. I would ask that as you go through this, you go through in a measured pace. We want to absorb everything you have to say. And we want the folks at home to get the most benefit from the presentation.
Give me 1 second here. Okay, can everyone at home see that? Great. Thank you all. Thank you, Mayor and members of the governing body. I will do my best to take this nice and slow. Please slow me down if I'm going too fast. With this, I'm very excited to present this budget. It's a lot more optimistic budget than the last few years. There's a lot more that we're now accomplishing. Last year's was a very critical budget where we were looking at different models of what could happen, what if, right, if the downtown is approved or not, and that was approved. So this is a kind of an update to that downtown model. I want to thank all the departments who worked really hard to get all their inputs to my central staff, finance for all their work, HR, IT, and then especially Tony, who really made my life a lot easier last week as we were still working on this while I was on vacation. So thank you, Tony. I know you're listening. Moving on to the next slide here. Okay, so I wanted to start, because this is such an exciting budget where there's a lot more that can finally be done, whereas the last few years budgets have really been very tight, just as conservative as possible in terms of keeping spending low across the model, maximizing reserves, refinancing debt, a lot of cost-saving measures, which are great, right? General Ridge's lease, buyout, the library initiative. There's a lot of things done over the last few years, all to help us get to a much better position today, where thanks to the decisions of the governing body over the last few years, with the debt refinancing, with those things I mentioned, and especially with the downtown approval, there's a lot of great things now that we can start accomplishing in our budgets. So I wanted to start off with the number one issue that we've been hearing from residents, especially when we were doing all the town halls, all the surveys we've been doing from our residents. We heard overwhelmingly the number one issue for them is that they would like the real estate tax rate to be reduced, and we can start this year in FY22 I'm proposing a 2-cent reduction in the real estate tax rate. As a reminder, we finally achieved the 15% fund balance requirement. That was kind of the first step before we could even consider a tax rate reduction without being penalized by our creditors. So we did accomplish that by the end of the FY20 budget, so that was very exciting, and we maintained that. You can see in the model here, we reduce about 1 cent every year throughout the model through FY31, and again, there's potential for more, depending on kind of the types of businesses that we're bringing into the downtown, and if there's any other additional developments to phase 5, et cetera. That's how we can kind of ramp this up, or making additional trade-offs, as you'll see with other things. If we want to do more, there's other things that we have to, eliminate or change in the budget to be able to accomplish more. It's very exciting to finally be able to do a tax rate reduction for our residents. So for context, this is for a house that's assessed at $100,000. It's a savings of about $21 from their bill. And then you can just add that. So if you're $500,000, you're over $100 in savings from your bill, just for context. And then number one issue for employees, and this is something over the last few years, I want to thank our employees for having, for bearing with us and continuing to bear with us. But the number one issue for our employees, as we've surveyed them, has been to adjust pay and get it more competitive with our neighbors. What we did is we, HR, We save the city money by not using a high-price consultant. We just did it internally with HR and the departments, doing a lot of good work and a lot of research to figure out kind of what is the market comparable, and we use the other cities in Northern Virginia, except for Alexandria, which is, again, just a much larger community. We wanted to do a best apples-to-apples market analysis. What this does do, unfortunately, is, the cities just don't compete with kind of the Fairfax counties of the world. They just don't have the same resources to do so. So we really want to compare ourselves with Fairfax City, Falls Church, and the city of Manassas to develop what the market pay is for a position at a certain experience level in a comparable position. It was not always easy because their positions are labeled different, but we did our best to come up with a market rate for pay. And we came up with a strategy, and you'll see that later in this budget presentation, to close that gap from a market pay standpoint for all of our employees by FY26, which is exciting. So the last few years, we've just kind of had generic pay raises shown across the 10-year model. This time, we actually came up with a specific game plan of how we're going to reduce that market salary gap because of the ability now to do so with the downtown. And then a 3% pay raise in FY22. When I get to those two slides, I'll talk about another way of doing this if we want to start the market gap this year, and we'd have to adjust kind of the percentage across the board percentages if we want to do that. But there's a different way, another option, another way of doing this as well, but I'm presenting just one of those tonight. Then operational excellence, getting to a more robust service delivery capability for our residents. This budget proposes 28 new positions across the 10 years, so not for FY22, but across the 10 years. That would get us about 14% above the FY9 FTE level, despite population growth from FY9 to today being closer to 30%, right? And so this to FY31 is only 14%. So it's still, we're going to continue to be a very lean, efficient organization at that point. We're never going to be comparable to kind of where we were in FY9 from a staffing perspective as a ratio of population. Maybe we will, but it's not going to happen in this model, but we get closer. And you'll see the positions. I'll show you later in the spreadsheet and in this presentation what positions were added and then which positions were left off. And there was a lot of good, important positions that just are left off that we want to get to. Again, we're just going to have to figure out other ways to generate additional revenues to get those positions. For FY22, we're proposing 3 full-time equivalents, 4 positions, 2 of them part-time, to meet the 3 FTE definition there. For the part-time positions, we have the CSA admin, or the program administrator, and the code enforcement. And then for DSS, we have the family service specialist, which is supposed to be funded by the state 100%. That's why it was included here, so we'll wait and get confirmation for that. And then the transportation program manager. So as kind of a reminder, I keep harping on this, the transportation program is the single largest individual CIP item, and we don't have a single kind of project program manager for that. Same thing with CSA, it's the largest line item from an operational standpoint in our operating budget, and we don't even have a single position to manage that program. Code enforcement is a direct response, again, to hearing back from our community about a desire to kind of ramp up some additional code enforcement efforts for the community. Infrastructure, the CIP, very aggressive CIP. You'll see with the unfunded capital items, there's really not that many, but there's 2 very important ones that aren't funded, which is the dark fiber. That's a very large project. Again, as a reminder, that's just kind of the fiber cables, right, that are underground that provide us kind of our own internal security. We have that via Comcast, via franchise, but they're moving to a lease. So if we ever want to get away from that lease and have our own system, that's what would be required. It's a very expensive project, so we're still kind of working through that, but we don't have the money within the CIP to get that project funded. And then road maintenance, we've maintained the current level, but this is one of those key kind of priorities that we identified at the retreat that we wanted to get to that we weren't able to fund in this budget. And you can see it's kind of the last slide there into strategic decisions. If we want to do more with road maintenance within the existing budget model, within the existing numbers, what are the trade-offs, right? What are the other things that we want to reduce to be able to do more of that road maintenance if that's what we want to do? Or is it the additional, is it the business mix? Is it the additional development that then will allocate that money for any additional road maintenance that we'd like to do? And then we're doing all this while still being responsible from a financial standpoint. We maintain a very strong reserve position, and I'll show you that at a later slide. We maintain the 15% above the 15% level, which we achieved at FY20. We get the true definitional, or the true, not the definitional fund balance, but the true fund balance to 15% by FY26. So we're still not at the 15% when you really look at all the different fund balance levels and compare that to your revenue base, but we still get there at FY26. This is the first budget. We don't get to 100% reserve funded, but again, it's all about trade-offs. Again, over the last few years, I've been showing you, really kind of what the long-term model looks like, and I put it all kind of in reserve just to see kind of what the long-term cash position is. This year, the big change is we started now doing the market salary gap, eliminating kind of the retention issues that we've been struggling with, and then adding in FTEs. You've noticed the budgets over the last few years, there's been all those unfunded desired positions. We haven't been putting those into the budget in the 10-year model. This is the first year that we actually do that. We get close to 100% funded for reserve. I think in a much strong, we're going to still be in a very strong level in terms of reserve. When I get to that slide, I'll show you, but we're not there 100%. Again, that's, again, one of those trade-offs that we talk about. Even though we're in a much better position, we're still not at 100% of a tax base to allow us to accomplish all the goals that we're looking at. But nonetheless, this is still a very exciting budget to be presenting to you all. So tonight, I'll first start off with your all's guidance. Again, tonight is not the end of this discussion. This is kind of the second part. The first part was at the retreat when you all provided me the guidance from a policy program area and then also a budget area. And then tonight's really the second part where I introduce the budget based off of that guidance. And then over the next 2 months, you're going to have a lot of presentations from all the departments, and you're going to be able to send questions outside the meeting or even during the meeting. And I usually come in at the start of each following meetings with a kind of a Q&A response to kind of the different inquiries that you all have. So this is not the end of the process. This is a lot of information tonight, but we'll have plenty of time to review this. I'll go over an executive summary. I kind of did one overarching highlight, but I'll repeat some of the same things and go over some different components in the executive summary. Total city budget overview, which right now is in flux, as you'll see with the general fund. I'll go over that, but there's a large surplus right now, and I'll go into why that is. But I'll go over the general fund, give you an overall overview, update you on debt, reserves, and CIP, and then transition to the enterprise funds to give an overview of the separate funds that need to be standalone: water, sewer, stormwater, and solid waste. I will then open up the spreadsheet, which has all the line items. It has multiple tabs for all the different components of our budget. If you want to dive down into fleet, which vehicles we're buying, what year, I'll walk you through all of that for how to find that information in the comprehensive spreadsheet. And then we'll end with kind of discussion of what the next steps will be as a group. So I know this is hard to read on this screen, but I provided the attachments for you all, and I also printed the spreadsheet out as a standalone as well if you want to take a closer look at kind of where we ended up. The good thing is that, I mean, the majority of these priorities we're really able to get done in this budget model, but I have highlighted a few, not highlighted, but I wrote the word maybe or no in those that they're still kind of in not at 100% of where we need to be, and there's some things that kind of conflict when you talk about like service delivery in one category, and then we have the balancing slicing of the pie, which has FTE growth, right? So FTE growth there is higher than transportation, but service delivery is lower than transportation. So it's kind of conflicting, but that, at the end of the day, that's going to be your decisions on how we want to allocate this funding. But that's where I highlight kind of the maybes, what the issues are. So the big maybe is the transportation funding. I'm maintaining the transportation funding as is. That's not the resolution that we were really looking for. So there's no cuts to transportation, but there's not that increase in annual road maintenance that we really need to get our roads back on track. And that's going to be a big kind of strategic decision within this budget or going forward in terms of how we continue to improve our tax base to be able to do that. There was one of the priorities about the Balloons Park, kind of getting the shortcuts. I think we can do that without any spending. We're just modifying signs and access points. So it's not anything in this budget, but I think we can accomplish it without the budget, but I still listed it as a maybe. And then the reserves, they're at a very strong position still, but they're not fully funded in this model as they have been in the last few years. And that's where it's the maybe. It's at a very good position, much better than we are today, but not at 100% of where we need to be. And that's one of those areas, just like transportation, where we're lagging behind a little. And then for the no, again, it's gonna be a follow-up conversation, but I may have forgotten, but I just needed more clarification on what we meant by the pedestrian trails throughout the city. And then the map clinic, what we want to do with that funding. And then you can see with the miscellaneous projects, I wasn't able to get those into the budget. So if that's something you all want to do, then again, that's where we start talking about trade-offs for those as well. So any questions on the priorities? All right. So executive summary for FY22, and I apologize, there was a typo on the one I sent you last night, and I think probably still on this attachment. I think I had FY20 written below. A little bit more of that if you have that in your attachment. For operating budget, it's a complicated year, just like the last year's budget was, not just from a COVID standpoint with downtown. This year still, because of COVID, it's a very strange. It's strange to compare the budgets to last year's budget or the budget amendment. Because there was so much going on with COVID in terms of revenue, losses, CARES Act funding. So it's hard to give you a comparison of how much the budget's really growing this year compared to last year. So I presented it in two different ways. I gave you a comparison of what this budget looks like compared to the amended budget, and then what it looks like compared to the original budget. And so the amended budget was increased from the original budget. We reduced pretty dramatically because of COVID-19. There was a lot of concerns about what was going to happen with our revenues with COVID. But I wanted to kind of show you the two ways to look at this. So in the first way, looking at it from the budget amendment standpoint, our revenues grow by about 1.7% from the budget amendment, about $845,000. And the expenditures actually decrease. And the biggest decreases, of course, come because of we just don't have CARES Act money like we did in the budget amendment. That's likely to change with the ARPA money, the American Rescue Plan money, but because we have no information on how much we're actually going to get, we haven't received a deposit. I'm not even talking about that in this budget. I recommend we don't even talk about it for the next month or so until we actually get the final amount, and we can just defer to the summertime and spend a good amount of time in the summer looking at what we actually want, just like we did with the CARES Act, what we actually want to spend that money on. But I recommend that we just look at this budget, ignoring that funding source, approve a budget with existing constraints, and then when we get the ARPA money, then we can do a budget amendment for FY22 once we have some finality on what we're actually going to get from the federal government. From the FY21 budget model, which should have some CARES Act, but not the full amount, and it was reduced even heavier because of COVID-19. We had expectations of significant sales tax losses that didn't materialize. So it was a very, very tight budget in FY21. So the growth is going to be much more dramatic when you're looking at now the FY22 versus the FY21. Because again, a lot of ours, we played it very tight in FY21, assuming kind of the worst. We were getting information back then that, we were going to get, 20% unemployment, GDP declines comparable to the Great Depression. So we had a very reduced budget in FY21. That's why the numbers are going to look a little bit more dramatic when you compare FY22 to that year, or to that budget. But in that one, the revenues increased by about 2.4 million, so about 5%, while expenditures grow by about 700,000 or 1.4%. And you'll see that we have a surplus that you all are going to have to make the decision on how we're going to allocate that surplus. And then revenue growth is a lot stronger this year. That was always kind of the last concern. We knew we were going to get hit with meals tax with COVID, and we were right about that. We were wrong about sales tax. Sales tax actually came in slightly better than what was, much better than what was projected, but in line with kind of a pre-COVID world. So there was really no impact to sales tax, but there was for meals tax, where we went from about getting $450,000 a year down to $300,000. So that's where we did lose money. And then Parks and Rec was the biggest source of money, where we lost almost $1 million from Parks and Rec. And you'll see Parks and Rec is kind of a unique budget this year, and we're making some different assumptions with Parks and Rec. Permit fees are another large revenue increase, but again, that's because of the downtown. You'll see like a 3-year spike in that, and then it's gonna go back to normal. But that's helping to offset a lot of the costs with the.
Could you slow down just a little bit? Did you, I'm sorry, can you go back and say, did Parks and Rec, was it reduced by 130 or 100?
Reduced.
The 130, what is the 130 for?
134.
On Parks and Rec?
That's on the CIP.
I'm sorry.
You're looking at the CIP line. He's not there yet.
Oh, you're not there yet?
Oh, yes.
Okay.
Okay.
I thought you were down there. You were talking about Parks and Rec, and I thought we had jumped down.
If
Okay.
you look at the first bullet for operating, there's a mention of Parks and Rec, but what I was saying with the FY21 budget,
Okay.
and that's Parks and Rec has been the single largest source of revenue loss because of COVID, and then second was meals tax.
And you threw out a number. What was that number?
The number was the meals tax. So the meals taxes pre-COVID, we were collecting $450,000.
And it went down to 300.
300,000.
Yeah.
For Parks and Rec, we almost lost $1 million.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
So it was a sizable.
Almost $1 million loss.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
And in this budget for FY22, we're assuming that we're going to be able to go back to Parks and Rec, the membership model. So since COVID, we froze everyone's membership account. We weren't going to charge people the monthly recurring fee because we shut down the community center, and then even when we reopened, it wasn't entirely safe. Everyone had to kind of use their own risk assessment for who could come back. So we've been just doing kind of day drop-ins, right? So people pay for the drop for the days they decide to go in. We are assuming by July 1st, we are going to go be able to return to the membership models because the vaccine numbers are just continuing to grow. And over the next couple of months, you're going to see it's going to become available for the, if not all people who are looking to be vaccinated. So that's good news. And at that point, it's going to be encouraging everyone to please get vaccinated once we have those resources. But the summer should be a lot better. And so we're assuming in this model, and we don't have to, we can scale this back if you all desire to do that, but we're assuming a return to the membership model by July 1st. That doesn't mean that our revenues are going to get back to pre-COVID. We don't predict that until FY24. So if you look at the 10-year model, we're saying we're not getting back to the pre-COVID membership rates until FY24. Because we just know a lot of people are still going to be concerned over the next year at least, right? FY22. Some people are still going to refrain from going to the community center, and we're assuming that in FY23 we may still have some lingering effects still from COVID, and we get back to pre-COVID in FY24. So that does hurt the 10-year model from previous years because we always assumed we were going to keep boosting Parks and Rec revenue throughout the 10-year, getting advertising. But that's the biggest single setback that we're having from a revenue standpoint because of COVID-19. From an expenditure standpoint, we have the 3% pay raise across the board, and that's equivalent to about $377,000. And you'll see later when I show you kind of the pay gap strategy that begins in FY23. Each of those costs roughly around $373,000, $375,000. So there's an option to start that this year, and I'll explain that when we get to that slide. But in FY22, I'm proposing across the board 3% pay raise for city staff. And then, like I stated before, the pay gap from a market standpoint with our neighbors would be eliminated by FY26. Again, 2-cent real estate tax reduction in FY22, that's a highlight, and then 11 cents over the 10-year model. From CIP, $1.3 million increase from the FY21 COVID-19 model, again, a reduced model. Mainly due to transportation. So when you're comparing, the budget amendment had a lot more transportation, but the original FY21, we were assuming that VDOT was going to be scaling back. We just didn't have a lot of transportation spending. So when you compare it to the FY21 budget, you have about $726,000 more in transportation spending in this FY22. Parks and Rec, for new governing body members, since FY19, when we reached kind of the peak of debt, it's been Parks and Rec who took the brunt of the capital impact. So we zeroed out their CIP in 19, very small in 20, small in 21. So we can't delay any further. So there are some capital items, and that did go up. And the downtown, that's part of the Parks and Rec CIP, but that's actually inflating their number. It's really a separate issue, but since we lump them in with Parks and Rec, you'll see that in the Parks and Rec budget. But the downtown library, to get that up and running, to buy materials, furniture, all that to be ready to for phase 1A when it's complete to have the downtown library. In FY22, we're requesting $400,000 in expenditures. I do want to note that the downtown, from a revenue standpoint, is already generating additional revenue before anything's been built. So the assessors notified me just by you all rezoning this, it's already generating up to about $100,000 more in tax revenue just from the rezoning, because you changed it from an industrial to now a multi-use, which has a lot higher value. So we're already generating some revenues for that. I mentioned earlier, we're already generating the permit fee revenues, about $400,000 more than normal. And then we're also going to be receiving over $1 million in kind of proffer money in FY22. So you'll see the CIP numbers are a little bit inflated this year, because all it is we're getting proffer money, and there's an expenditure where we're sending that to the profit fund. It's not really an expenditure, it's just more of a transfer, but it kind of inflates the expenditure. And we're sending that to the profit fund to save up money for the different things we want to do with that, to make sure, again, that we have more than enough always to cover those first rent payments when we get to FY24. Debt reserves, so debt payments over the last couple of years, because of debt refinancing, we had some good savings this year. This year we really don't. We only have about $61,000 in savings from FY22, but overall, from that FY20 through FY22, we really saved about $2 million by doing all that debt refinancing. Consider that as having served as kind of a quasi rainy day fund for the mess that we found ourselves in over the last year with COVID-19. So that refinancing plus the General Ridge's lease negotiation, another $500,000, the library reduction, those things really served as a rainy day fund to help us kind of get through what we had to go through over the last year. Enterprise funds, water and sewer, so no rate increases in FY22. And the other benefit of the downtown, Calvin did a really good job, and I want to thank Calvin. He spent a long time on evaluating the updated models now for customer base for water and sewer, stormwater, and solid waste based off the downtown. And again, when this is true for taxes, this is true for any revenue. The reason why, like, Fairfax County has lower rates than us is because there's more customers. So you're spreading kind of your fixed and capital costs across more customers. Well, we're seeing that out already now with the downtown. With our projections of the different customer base that we're adding, not just from the residential, but from the commercial as well. If you look at the last few years in terms of what were the projected increases in water and sewer rates, they were a lot higher. Now we're averaging only about 1% over 10 years. And there may be an opportunity to even reduce that further as we kind of do a deeper dive into the budget. And when you look really long term, holding current assumptions, holding them constant in terms of what the UOSA expansion is going to be, our debt declines dramatically from a water and sewer fund perspective in FY30 and then again in 31. It's significant. So the base that is there to need to support it actually gets a lot stronger. So there would likely be good opportunities to consider rate reductions at that point, or if not sooner, if we can get additional grant money or other things for some of the CIP stuff that are driving some of these rate increases. We haven't increased rates in a long time, and considering we have inflation, that's pretty impressive. And so there may be an opportunity to continue that trend and to start going down over the next decade as well. Stormwater, despite the downtown help, there's still going to be some massive rate increases, unfortunately, unless we can get some additional money, mainly for the Russia Branch stream restoration project. That's one of those that we're going to really continue to hit hard in terms of grant applications and any other revenue source, because that is the major driver of that stormwater rate. And our time is kind of running out, but we're going to have to pull the trigger on that project. We're forecasting to be in FY24, but that's where you're going to see the large rate increases for that program. And again, that's where we're also going to have to borrow some money potentially, unless we can work out a public-private partnership to kind of spread out the funding where a private company will do the work and then charge us over kind of a 10, 20-year period the amount. We don't have that kind of money, even with these rate increases. The rate increases are to get us to a point where we can afford to pay the annual debt service for the stormwater fund to go ahead and do that Russia Branch stream restoration. So when I get to kind of the debt section, I wouldn't recommend that we use general obligation debt for stormwater. I recommend that we use revenue bonds instead. but we still have a few more years. But that's kind of the difficult fund right now, out of all the funds, including the general fund, is stormwater. Solid waste, as a reminder, for stormwater and solid waste, in the previous 10 years models, we had rate increases every year. Last year, because of COVID, we did 0%, so we didn't increase stormwater and solid waste, which kind of set us back. This year, the downtown kind of helped offset that in terms of future projections, but we're still requesting a 2.5% rate increase for solid waste, 55 cents increase in the monthly bill in FY22, and the average rate increase again down from previous models of about 2.5%. That will caveat there could potentially be a new revenue source for the solid waste fund once you approve the transfer stations last year. Once that gets up and running, there's going to be a new municipal fee on that. We just don't know how much that's going to generate, but once we know that, then we'll be able to come back and let you know, and hopefully be able to adjust this model down further over the next few years. That's to help us. The other thing that may push this higher, unfortunately, is when we have to go out and do an RFP again for a new contract, and the contract prices just come back higher, then that's what's going to drive up rates even higher. Total city budget overview. This isn't that helpful right now because there's still a few things that need to be decided on. But I always like to show kind of all in what's our total city revenues and total city expenditures, including our schools, including all of our enterprise funds, and including all sources of general funds, just so you can see kind of the comparison. And here you can see I use the FY21 amended one budget. If you like, at a future meeting, I can show you what the COVID-19 budget, which was the FY21 budget, what that looks like in comparison. But you can see how strong property tax base improvements have been. Economic development, the only reason why that went up is because sales tax continue to perform pretty well, but meals taxes and people are still lagging behind. And then you can see just the different categories there. We do have a deficit from a total city perspective, about $198,000, even though the general fund has a $1.7 million surplus, and that's because we use the current school's numbers, even though that's not the official budget they've submitted to you all yet. We're going to get that, I think, later this month. But we had to have some kind of starting point. So we use their current numbers, even though that's not their official submission to you all, to kind of showcase. And with their numbers of what they're asking from the city, minus our revenue, we're at about a $200,000 deficit. It's really more like $300,000 because I made a couple of budget errors that Tony filled me in on today that we're going to correct after tonight's meeting. I can explain some of those as well. I'll go over the general fund now. From a total general fund perspective, again, you see that bottom number there at $1.7 million. Surplus, we'll start from the top. From property taxes, economic development revenues, mentioned this before, despite doing the 2-cent real estate tax rate reduction, there's still going to be an increase in revenue for the city, and that's because assessments continue to grow in our city, and that's happening throughout the DC metropolitan area as there's a strong demand for housing and a supply to not meet with that demand. So you're going to continue to have pressures on real estate values to go up. Personal property tax, we may have a one-year anomaly with those revenues. Because of COVID-19, there was a reduction in manufacturing of vehicles, which resulted in a supply decrease in the market. And so when you have less supply of a vehicle, that means that current vehicles that are out, and, that you're looking to sell are going to sell for a lot higher because there's more people looking to buy vehicles than there are supply available. So NADA, the organization that does kind of vehicle assessments, is already kind of giving us the heads up, giving Debbie the heads up that there's likely going to be a one-year anomaly here where assessment values will go up higher for vehicles, but then they'll likely return back to normal once we get past COVID and manufacturing picks up again of vehicles. So I do want to point that out that we met with Debbie and we got an assumption of that there was some extra money in the property tax, and you'll see that in the spreadsheet what that amount is. We talked about sales taxes. Permitting, you can see the difference between the even the budget amendment where we already started increasing the permit revenue, that we're getting a lot more in permit revenues in FY22. And then Parks and Rec, again, we lowered it to about $500,000 in revenue for FY21. We're assuming, because we go back to membership rules, that we'll get back to about $1 million. We can scale that back if you all want to be even more tight in this budget and keep making these assumptions. But we're assuming we're going back to membership models in July, and that people are gonna come back out, but not to the same degree as they did last time. So we're still about $300,000 to $400,000 short of where we used to be in terms of Parks and Rec levy.
Laszlo, it's not clear to me what exactly the expectations are for July.
Yeah, so right now, all revenue we're getting from Parks and Rec, someone comes in, they pay for that usage, so the daily fee. Once July 1st comes along, we'll reactivate membership. So the way that works, just like if you're a member of the gym, your credit card gets charged every month based off that membership rate. We stopped that immediately when COVID broke out because we understood that people just weren't going to come and it would be unfair to keep charging them, right? Even though we had a contract with them, we stopped it and we froze it. And so we're going to reactivate it. Now people will be able to, get out of it if that's what they want to do. But we're hopeful that people will come back, because we are seeing numbers kind of improve. If you go to the community center, you're getting more and more people coming back. So once we reactivate membership models, we're hopeful that people will stick to it, and that's why revenues will go up.
Okay, so that's what's going to happen in July.
Yeah, that's
okay.
the goal.
Okay, thank you.
So where's the meals tax in this revenue?
It's in the economic. So economic development taxes include sales tax, B-poll, meals tax, cigarette tax,
Gotcha.
and machinery and tools tax.
Thank you.
And again, we have a sizable surplus this year, so if we don't have to spend that surplus, I recommend we don't, and we tuck it away in reserves, just to continue with this path that we've been on of making sure that if revenues don't meet our expectations, that at least we have something else to cover for it.
Well, we've seen how emergencies can happen, unforeseen circumstances. Yeah.
It's always better to have more revenue than you expected versus less.
Yeah.
So big changes you'll see in the miscellaneous and fund transfers. That's just because of CARES Act money. Again, FY22 budget amendment, those numbers will likely change. That's where you're going to probably see a larger increase if we do get the American Rescue Plan money here over the next couple months. For expenditures, community development, that you have the transportation program manager and the code enforcement part-time support there. Parks and Rec, again, we're assuming a return to membership model, more customers, therefore kind of returning part-time staffing levels to where they were. I do want to also, actually I'll save it for a later slide, but there's more to say about Parks and Rec. And I'll wait for that until we get to the department nets, because that's where you'll really understand kind of what the impact has been of COVID, but also the potential positive future with the ARPA money, American Rescue Plan money. So total expenditures, again, there's a reduction in total expenditures, no CARES Act money. Again, it's likely going to change with the budget amendment. I purposely held back $1.7 million as a surplus to allocate, so you all can decide what to allocate in terms of one-time items. And the main driver of that, of course, is the high school roof, right? We don't know yet what the implications are going to be of that. The contractor will likely be coming next Tuesday night to brief you up on the high school roof options, along with hopefully the proposal for the PD roof evaluation. But those are likely going to be separate projects, because one is evaluation for repair and one will likely be full replacement.
So have you sent in our questions to the?
Once I get verification of when he's coming, then yeah.
Okay.
I'm confident that'll likely be this coming Tuesday.
Okay, thank you.
I did speak to Bruce, superintendent, today. We're hopeful that the roof number will be a lot less than kind of what we've been talking about before. So,
Okay.
that 1.74 should actually be 1.64. It's still pretty sizable surplus, but again, there was some budget errors, so that number will come down. But it should still be more than enough to hopefully cover the high school roof, plus any other additional items you may want to do, such as, do you want to do some more road maintenance? Do you want to just set that aside for reserves? There'll be different options for you all for what to do with that money.
What about the police roof?
That's already in CIP.
That's figured in?
Yeah, we've had that in our CIP over the last couple of years to do this. This always provides for our residents so they understand kind of the different sources of revenue. So we're still heavily dependent on property taxes. You'll see in the later slide, though, that as the downtown develops, that will shift a little bit and will become a little bit less dependent on especially residential, especially when you pull commercial real estate as well. Economic development revenues are going to be a larger share than they are right now. But that still is the overwhelming majority of revenue source that we do get, and you can see the different components there.
FY 21 or 22?
22.
Can I back up with the question just for a second?
Sure.
The police roof, the repair is in the CIP. How about the electrical room?
Yeah, the electrical room, I believe we've tucked in FY 23.
Okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
you may have to bring that up. So you'll get that.
So with the excess, would it be possible to divert that to the electrical
Yeah,
room? Okay.
That's why it's
Possibility.
a good idea to put
Yeah.
things in reserves, and that way in the budget amendment, when we
Okay.
because what we budgeted, it may not be enough for what the eventual repair may need to be. That was Kenny and Calvin doing their best evaluation of what they thought it would be, but until you do the evaluation, you're really not gonna know.
And we're talking about the electrical room?
Both.
Both the roof and the
Yeah,
electrical
right.
room? Okay.
Yeah.
So there's no guarantee that the police roof will be done this year? Is that what I'm hearing?
No, it's gonna be your discretion. So if the
Okay, I
money
see.
comes back
I
and it's
see.
more than what we budgeted for, we'd come back for a budget amendment request.
Okay.
So it'll be your discretion whether you want to approve that or not. Hopefully it's enough money that we put in the CIP, and you'll be getting a CIP presentation on April 20th that will go over every single project that we have from FY 22 through FY 26 in detail, and it will include the roof.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
So where tax dollars go, and there's a little bit more to this as well when you look at the department nets slide that I'll get to shortly, but you can see it's still the two largest sources of schools and our debt service. Fortunately, public safety is getting closer to what the debt service was in previous years, especially 19. I think debt service was more than all the departmental or 5 line departments combined. So we made some headway with that. This is just kind of the finance always presents this to me in terms of what our ratio is of from an operational standpoint for our departments, what's the breakdown between personnel versus non-personnel costs. And we can see, as in most organizations, personnel is going to be your largest source of expenditures. And then we break down what are the different components within that personnel budget that drive the cost. Of course, salaries is going to be the biggest piece, and then salaries is what drives the others as well, right? Except for healthcare. But like FICA, ERS, all that's going to be driven by your salary. And we point this out always just to say when you do pay raises and other things, it's expensive because it's the biggest part of your budget when you do that. So this is an important slide because this actually shows what our departments cost our taxpayers. Because our departments bring in revenues that offset their expenditures. I'll go over those revenues. So from a state perspective, DSS is heavily funded by state and also federal resources as well. We usually split that, but we get those federal revenues via the state as well. But our finance department codes those separately between state and federal for auditing purposes. But we get significant state support from social services. So the 1.7 million or the $2.8 million in expenditures, it comes down to really what taxpayers spend on our DSS is $1.1 million. Community development, same thing. There's significant state support from VDOT, right, for to fund our streets division and the road maintenance work that we do with that streets division. There's also permit revenues and other things from there as well. So their year $3 million cost taxpayers $1.5 million. We always argue for fire and police, the state really should step up a little bit more and provide more revenue support for both police and fire, especially for police when you see how much they support sheriff's offices, there's really kind of a push for more in police, but for fire, they really don't do anything. They provide some grant opportunities, but there's no equivalent to HB 599 funds, which go to police. There's no equivalent for fire, and that's hopefully post-COVID that will change and we'll get some more support for fire and EMS. But again, you can see with fire, EMS calls and our charging of insurance companies and Medicare, Medicaid, that brings in some revenue, as does the fire marshal inspection, permits, fees, and so the true cost for our city taxpayers is about 3.2 million. For police, it's about 4 million. Biggest revenue sources are going to be HB 599 funding from the state, but also court revenues and parking tickets for police. And then Parks and Rec is again the one that's been the most impacted by COVID-19 because their revenues are based purely off of sales, just like a gym, right? And so we've seen how much kind of the impact has been from COVID-19 on these sources. So if you look at compared to last year, social services, community development, fire and rescue, and police, their impact to taxpayers has gone down by $100,000. So you look at department nets last year, department nets this year, right? That means because expenditures, even though they've gone up, they haven't gone up that dramatically, but revenues have gone up as well. So social services, I think their net impact taxpayers was negative 200,000, community development negative 100,000, police and fire combined 200,000. When you offset those, you've actually had $100,000 less of an impact to our taxpayers this year from those 4 departments. Parks and Rec, unfortunately, it's been 900,000. And that again, mainly is due to the COVID-19 loss in revenue, right? The good news though, even though Parks and Rec has that $900,000 change impact from the pre-COVID world, those are funds that likely the American Rescue Plan will allow us to count and offset. So in reality, once we get the American Rescue Plan funds, which per the current legislation states you can cover these types of revenue losses, like we've had in Parks and Rec, the impact to taxpayers for Parks and Rec will likely be minimized, if not zeroed out, because we've also it's been our Parks and Rec staff that has made our vaccination program even feasible, right? So we've been using Parks and Rec staff for the hotline and to manage the vaccine program, which means they're an expenditure that can likely be offset using this federal revenue source that was specifically designed to help us out with things like vaccine programs. So despite, and I just want to echo to our community that even though we've had a loss in terms of a taxpayer impact from Parks and Rec, it's been your Parks and Rec staff that have enabled all of our COVID-19 response, whether it was the meals delivery and also now the vaccination. We just wouldn't have been able to do it without Parks and Rec staff. And the likely impact to taxpayers, again, is likely going to be wiped out once we get that federal money, which allows us to offset those expenditures we've incurred for vaccinations, plus the revenue losses that we've incurred as well. So overall, our state departments, even though we're spending $18.7 million, the actual impact on tax dollars is $13.2 million. The likely impact, again, will be reduced further once we get the ARPA money and can help out Parks and Rec. Any questions on that slide?
Questions? No?
So the 10-year operating model, this just shows you kind of our best projections of forecasted revenues and expenditures where we plug in pay raises, we plug in, and I'll show you how to look at, I separated out the percentage pay raises from the market pay gap reduction program, and you'll see that in the line item budget. So you can track how much we're actually spending on reducing that market gap, as well as those additional positions that we're adding across the 10-year model. We plug those into this model to show you what the expenditures changes are. We make assumptions from healthcare, from all those different things about what the growth will be, just to see kind of, are you at a structural surplus or structural deficit when you plug in these forecasts. And this year, of course, because of the downtown, our revenue positions are looking a lot better, and that's allowed us to do a lot more in terms of expenditures across the 10-year model. Again, really look at that economic development tax revenue base, not as strong as it would have been kind of pre-COVID, right? There are some scale back numbers of the initial years than what we previously would have assumed. As a reminder, in FY19, we grew by 9% that year in revenues, and that was before the downtown. So our economy was doing quite well until COVID-19 hit us. But that's the key number to kind of track, as well as kind of property taxes, because a lot of that's going to be your commercial tax base, but also the new housing stock that we're adding from the downtown as well. Community development, I highlighted that one because you can see in FY25 that actually really FY24 the numbers go down and back to earth by FY25 because we get an infusion of permit revenue in FY22, FY23, and then it scales back in 24 and gets back to pre-downtown development days by FY26 because the downtown will be developed by that point. We'll be done with all the permitting fees associated with it. So that's not a money source that we can count on going forward, unless additional developments happen like a phase 5 or something else, then that number will probably stay a little bit more constant. Parks and Rec, again, I highlight that to show that we're not assuming a return to pre-COVID-19 numbers until FY24. And if you want, we can be even more conservative beyond this if that's a change you want me to make in the budget model. The contributions to reserves, that's always an important one to track to see, again, the structural nature of our budget. If you're generating surpluses, then we're putting those surpluses into reserves to build up our financial position, to be able to separate ourselves from our enterprise funds from a cash perspective and let them truly be independent and to be able to weather different impacts that we have. I'll go over reserves in more detail later. And despite the debt dropping in 23, which is a huge financial savings, capital spending does start increasing as well, right? So the way we got through the debt spike was by reducing capital to a minimum. We're going to defer that so long, so capital spending does again start to recover in the out years. And then kind of a continuation, again, just highlight the economic development tax revenues, which we assume doubles by the end of the 10-year model. And again, that's just really going to depend on, it can be a lot stronger than that, or it can end up being weaker. It just depends on the business mix that you're going to get in your downtown and other things that happen on Route 28 as well. And then contribution to reserves, I keep highlighting that, and you can see the transfer to debt capital in 29-30. We're making sizable contributions to the capital fund to build up a large reserve and capital fund for likely major facility renovations that are going to happen in the 30s. Budget growth over 10 years. This chart isn't exactly accurate because we haven't applied that $1.7 million. Once you do, the number will go back up here for growth in 22. So you can see we're not, we're not spending a lot in the out years. There's not a lot of growth, but a lot of that, again, the money's going towards reserve and pay increases as well. And we start building up the FTEs. So you can see the average budget growth is around 1.5%, which is, kind of keeping up with inflation. Tax cut plan, again, modified from previous years, down with the downtown, and assessment values will be a little bit more aggressive. So we have 2-cent reductions. The tax rate will go from $1.55, proposing that goes down to $1.53 in FY22, and then it drops 1 penny each year. And this curve can be even sharper depending on what our priorities are, and also what mix of businesses will we get in, and what else happens with development in our city. This is a big one. So I showed this similar slide in last year's budget as we started evaluating. Last year we looked at Prince William County and Manassas, but Prince William County is not really a good comparison. Their positions are different by and large, and again they're competing with the Loudons and Fairfax of the world. We changed it this year to look at just the cities that are more comparable, and the chart on the left just shows by department kind of where the gap is in terms of pay for equivalent employees for the average of those 3 jurisdictions in orange, and then blue where we are. So each of our departments is below, and you can see what that equates to in the dollar amount. As a reminder, police used to be up here, and then we froze those 2 positions and reallocated that money, which helped bring that down to this level. But we are hoping to unfreeze those positions, and we do that in this budget model while also getting their gap decrease. It's the fire department now, from our line department's standpoint, that is at the highest in terms of the gap with our neighbors. And the total of what that gap is, that is, if we had $1.4 million today, and it would grow in perpetuity by 1.5%. This is how we would invest it by each department into those pay adjustments to get all of our employees to the average of those 3 jurisdictions, if that makes sense. So it's $1.4 million. And this is equivalent to about a 4 percentage point drop in our debt to budget ratio. It used to be 5 percentage points. We addressed PD and that dropped it. So this year, we actually have now a plan versus just generic across the board pay raises. We have a plan to close this pay gap with our neighboring jurisdictions from FY23 to 26, and there's an option if you want to start in FY22, we can. It would impact how we do kind of the across the board percentage changes. And I'll tell you why I did it this way in the next slide. But you can see each year what the dollar amount is that we have to invest in salaries apart from kind of these COLA adjustments to get our employees equivalent to kind of the average pay of our neighbors. And so it's roughly around $375,000 per year that we invest in salaries. And I did split that out separately in the Excel budget, so you'll be able to see those line items per year by department, how much we have to invest.
Does this assume that the other cities stay constant?
No, that's why I have this.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm assuming that they're growing. Now, you're absolutely right. In the next few years, right, it depends how much they're gonna grow. We may still fall behind, which means each year we're gonna have to evaluate this and see, does this number need to grow or not? Because you're absolutely right. Even though they're higher than us right now, they're not stopping.
No, right.
So we gotta keep up, which is why I also have this where we need, in addition to that, we need to do some kind of adjustments each year to keep us
Cost of
competitive.
living, yeah.
Is that gonna be enough? Probably not, right? But the reason why I started with the 3% across the board versus the, let's start the market salary adjustments was because in previous models, I wanna stay consistent as much as possible with the previous models. In FY21, we showed a 2% across the board. And in FY22, we showed another 2% across the board. And then it was in FY23 when we really started ramping up pay raises. In FY21, we only did a 1%, right, because of COVID. So previously we were gonna do 2% in 22. I added that 1% because the reason why we said we were only gonna do 1% was we were waiting for real estate values. Real estate values are strong, which means we could do that remaining 1%. So I'm showing you the budget this way at 3%. That 3% is equivalent to $377,000. You can see that that is slightly more than what year one would be of closing the gap. So if FY22, if we wanted to do $73,000 in expenditures and just the salaries to start being more strategic versus kind of doing a COLA and start addressing those position gaps, we can do that. The only thing is, again, we wouldn't, unless we tap into that surplus this year, right? Which we could. I'm not sure how much of a COLA increase we could do like across the board in addition to that. And then I'm not sure kind of what that would do to these ladder numbers, but if that's something that interests you, I can plug in a model and see kind of how we can balance things out by starting this year, or we can kind of stick to the previous models that we've had where we show FY23 is when we really start tackling pay raises significantly. So that, again, just lay that out there to be consistent with kind of what we've been showing over the last few years. But nonetheless, you're absolutely right. We need to keep up with the other jurisdictions. We're going to keep those salary increases, but I'm very excited because it's not, in the previous years, we've just shown kind of across the board, and we really haven't translated that to actually catching up to our market competitors. And this is the first year we actually have a real game plan for how to do that. The last few years, it's just here's kind of the dollar amounts that we have towards pay, but we didn't know if that was actually addressing the issue. We spent a lot more time this year, all the departments working very closely with HR to do the research and come up with what those comparable figures are. And then if assuming again the business makes successful downtown, there is a possibility again in the later part of this decade to move more towards a step grade plan, which is what a lot of the other jurisdictions have, and that's just a little bit more transparent for employees in terms of how many years of service have you been in, experience level, and then what that translates to in terms of pay. Any questions on this? I mentioned this before, but our share of economic development revenues to residential with the downtown will continue to improve, and you see that's despite kind of our assessments growing significantly. Assumption, we're still assuming, I think I still plug in an assumption of a 2.5% increase in assessment rate. So this budget is actually under-reporting, I think, what the true real estate values are going to be. So if those continue to be 7% like they are this year, then you're going to keep having more and more budget flexibility to do more tax cuts or more pay raises or fund those positions we want to fund or throw that into transportation, right? Again, but I wanted to stick with a conservative amount because who knows, in 2 years, we may have a housing crash again. And so that's why I like to kind of stick with a lower number. And then if we get more, that just gives you all more options on what to do versus less. And then economic revenue growth rates, we're sticking with kind of the goals we laid out in almost 4 years ago now in terms of what the targets were, and just plugging in those numbers in terms of assumptions of downtown development. But sales tax, even during COVID, just continue to be impressive in terms of their growth. So we are assuming that they are going to double by the end of the 10-year model, because even pre-downtown, they were kind of heading that direction. So as a reminder, sales, people, and meals was growing by 9% in FY19. If that trend continued pre-downtown, those revenues would have doubled by FY26, right? So it's not this isn't entirely an aggressive number, right? That was pre-downtown. If we had downtown at that time, we would have doubled even quicker than that. So this is still relatively a kind of conservative projection. And if we get businesses in the downtown that have a higher per unit revenue, then this number just gets stronger and stronger, and your options grow in terms of what can be done.
We appreciate your caution.
So,
Yeah.
That, I always want to remind people where we were in 19. We were paying $10.75 million in that year. You can see that's not even on this chart anymore, in terms of how high that was. It was going to hover around that amount until FY23, but the city, we did some debt refinancing that saved us about $2 million from FY20 to 22. And again, that really helped us with our tax base right now to kind of weather the storm that we've been dealing with. Again, we will have a big drop in FY23 in terms of debt payments, and then that continues on through, again, another drop in FY31, down to $2 million by FY34, and then zero by FY37, assuming we don't use general obligation debt for the stormwater Russia Branch project. If we're not using that, then this will be zeroed out by FY37. Likely won't be because, again, in FY30s, we're probably going to have some facility challenges that we're going to have to address via GO debt, but we'll have plenty of capacity to do so. And that's what's shown in this slide, where, again, 25% of our budget in FY19 was just on debt. That's down now to just under 20% in FY22. And you can see there's going to be a 4 percentage point drop next fiscal year. As a reminder, all of our neighbors, no one's higher than 10%. So we're still way higher in terms of debt as a share of budget ratio than our neighbors. And that's why we, in our fiscal policy, we recommended a general fund debt ceiling in the future of 10%. And then to be on the safe side, we don't borrow general obligation debt until we get kind of closer to this green line here, which is, again, going to be perfect timing for when future major facility requirements are going to need to be addressed. And that's called the recommended debt. Any questions on this slide? GO debt, again, you can just see what this is the total amount of debt, not the annual payments, but what the total debt remaining is. So we are under $100 million, which is great. We should celebrate. That was over $100 million for a very long time. Now we're under that, and that number is going to continue to drop as we continue to pay that each year. And we can't exceed 10%. So technically we have more debt capacity right now, but that's just from a legal standpoint. That doesn't mean from a budget standpoint we actually have more general obligation debt capacity. For towns, they use more of the 2% ratio. And that's, I think, makes a little bit more sense for us before we even consider additional debt as we until we get to that 2%. But we still, if we need to, if GO bonds generate a significant more interest savings for our stormwater than non-GO bonds, we can, by FY23, take on additional general obligation debt for that stormwater project. But I would recommend that we shift the payments to the stormwater fund and not have the general fund take on that burden. And I would still recommend trying to pursue revenue bonds if the interest rate difference is not that dramatic. And this will help us with our city credit position as well if we pursue the revenue bonds versus general obligation bonds, so that when we go back out for debt in the 2030s and 40s, we'll have a very strong city credit position, which will result in much lower interest rates for those future revenue bonds. Overall reserve positions. So we reserve our position dramatically, and so what I mean by that, the way to read this table, and actually let me go over these categories again, because I know this is the first budget for many of you also. In previous years, there was just a discussion of fund balance or reserves, a generic term, but that doesn't really explain what it's supposed to do for you, like why you even have a fund balance. It just said, get a 15%, but for what? What's the purpose? So we actually came up with categories for what the different reserve categories should be, and then developed some target ratios for where we thought it would be fiscally responsible to get to, so we're in a much stronger financial position. So the first category here, the operating cash fund. That really is for what's called cash equalization, right? So you start off the fiscal year, you just got some real estate property tax revenue in June. So July, you're still okay, but you're not getting any real estate tax money again until December. So your amount of cash each month is going down significantly. And in previous years, we had to borrow money, cash, to be able to pay our bills, do our payroll until we got that real estate tax money. And that's a no-no. You never really want to be doing that. That's the position we were in. This fund, as we build it up, allows us to never have to do that. Secondly, we were also being, from a cash perspective, not a fund perspective, but from a cash perspective, reliant on the enterprise funds, cash, mainly the water and sewer fund, cash to keep our cash position going as well. And again, that needs to be treated like a business, like a separate utility that should not be in any way, whether it's a cash or fund, ever subsidizing the general fund or vice versa. You really want to have these be standalone. So that fund serves those two purposes. It's saying what is the level of cash that you need, so you never have to borrow short-term loans for accounts payable and payroll, or never have to rely on water and sewer cash to keep yourself going. And then the target we set is the 90 days cash on hand. It was initially a lot higher, but when you start factoring in all these other cash sources into that, you end up getting to kind of that higher level by definition anyways, right? The rainy day fund, that's really for the business cycle. I keep mentioning that the debt refinancing that we did, the library savings, the golf course lease payout, that helped us serve as a rainy day fund right now. That was about $3 million, right? That we, the last couple of years, just by our decision making, we were able to we improved our tax base by $3 million, right? But the rainy day fund's supposed to be there for when you have a recession, so you don't have to cut spending drag. Theoretically, all jurisdictions across the country, federal government should be spending more during recessions to help stimulate the economy, right? But if everyone starts scaling back expenditures, you're just making the recession a lot worse, right? So you don't want to do that. You want to actually increase it. But you don't want to have to go into debt to do it, right? So if you have a fund you can tap into to then maintain your spending levels or even increase your spending levels, right? Spend more on infrastructure, get people back to work, right? That's the goal of the rainy day fund. It allows you to have those options when you're facing recessions, to help you get out of the recession, help you weather the recession without having to reduce your number of employees like we had to do in 2009, 2010 with the last major recession. We never want to repeat that again, and that's what the purpose of this fund is. The HR fund, there's always personnel impacts, right? So you have turnover, which we hope to improve our retention dramatically, but even if you get paid at a market rate, people do change jobs, right? There's other reasons besides just pay for why people change jobs. And a lot of times they have a lot of vacation and other things kind of saved up, and you have to pay them out, right? The way we've been dealing with that is we just hold off on hiring people until we finish paying kind of all those liabilities. You shouldn't have to do that, right? That results in negative kind of operational impacts. This fund helps you, if needed, to kind of tap into that for that short-term or that liability of vacation and sick leave, short-term disability. So there's been times where we had employees who are on disability, so we're still paying them, right? But we also need another employee to backfill them. We just don't have the resources right now to do that. That's another example of where you would tap into this HR fund. When you have a need for additional funding, so let's say the federal government didn't come through here during COVID, and we have all these additional requirements with testing and vaccination, everything we were doing with COVID-19, this would be a fund source that would allow us to temporarily surge staffing levels to accomplish those missions that are critical for emergencies or anything that comes up, and not having to be dependent on either the state or the federal government to be able to set it. We can stand alone as a city and address these emergencies ourselves as well with staffing levels by tapping into this fund. The asset management, this is where we need a lot more help. We actually do need eventually, and this is something we've been kind of deferring because we don't have the resources yet to do this, but we're getting to that point where we can, where we really do need to have consultants come in and develop a full comprehensive asset management capital program that lists every single asset that we have as a city and what the life cycle is of that asset, right? What's the replacement value that you got to budget for to replace it? What's the future likely upgrade cost? What are the routine operating maintenance that you should be doing on that to maximize the life of that cycle, right? And that will help you determine kind of what your annual saving level should be. We use the base amount of kind of our balance sheet assets and what 5% of what those asset value is. That's how we came up with that number. But it's just a number literally that we're throwing out there right now. We want to get to a more informed number in the future. But that's the point of that. We used to call it 3RM. Calvin and I have changed that now to RUM, which is replacement, repair, upgrade, and maintenance, right? It's just all those different components of asset management lifecycle. And we like the term.
Quick question.
Yeah.
PayGo, so people can hear me. PayGo capital strategy, can you give me an example of that?
Yeah, so let's say we didn't have money right now for this high school roof, and it was $2 million, let's say, right? We just had no way to pay for that. We would defer that, we'd set aside money each year, let's say $200,000, we'd save up until we got to that $2 million, and then that's how we could pay for that high school roof.
Okay.
That's what PayGo capital is. Normally for large things like, a new school, a new fire station, police, you usually want to incur debt. So that's not a bad thing. It's just, are you managing debt correctly now? Because you want to spread that cost burden not on all your taxpayers today. You want to extend that burden across all future taxpayers who are benefiting from that asset, right? So you don't want to just throw everything on everyone who's in the city right now when it's a long-term asset. And that's where you take on debt to pay for that, and then you spread the cost. Versus PayGo is good for the majority of stuff, right? It helps you make sure you have a good tax base to support all your capital assets. So you want to be saving up money for larger projects, so it isn't a huge one-year capital expenditure that burdens the budget.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. So the difference, so when I say getting to reserve levels, so right now, at the start of this current fiscal year, we were at about $4.4 million, right? Our target amount where we're forecast to be at the end of this fiscal year is $4.4 million. Our target amount of where we should be in start of FY22 is $21.4 million, right? So we have a gap of $17 million in where we should be in terms of reserves, right? We're very far off, and that's why we struggled with cash. We struggle with all these different components. We have to keep, we always do expenditure reductions and everything else to deal with revenue losses. So we struggle to deal with all these different components because of this gap. So in previous years, this has always turned green, right? We've always gotten to zero or a positive $100,000 or $1 million. This year, we get to $21 million, but that's still short, right? The reason why this number here, this 26 million, is higher than 21 million, this is FY31 versus FY22. Your budget's gonna grow, right? That means your liabilities are gonna grow. That's why your reserve level has to keep up with that growth. So where we should be is $26.6 million. This year, again, the difference between other budgets is this year, again, we did the pay gap reduction. We got a little bit more aggressive with tax cuts. We added FTEs. Those are things we didn't do in the previous years. This, in my mind, from a risk management standpoint, is an acceptable still level, assuming we don't stop there. We keep, as a city, we keep that strategy going of having a much stronger fund balance position, definitely being over the 15%, right, which is kind of the minimum of where you should be, and we will be. We'll be a lot higher than 15%, and you'll see that in the next few slides. But this is the trade-off, and if you guys want to get to the $0, right, that's the $5 million kind of gap we have right now. So we have to identify things that we want to reduce in the model, right? So FTE levels, tax rate, slowing down tax rate reductions, or hopefully securing more grants, right, to help us offset some of our capital liabilities, which then we can use that money to tuck in there. The other reason why I feel more comfortable with this is because, and why I want to keep thanking the departments, every time they submit a budget, they do their best to keep it tight. And if you notice, we've been having pretty strong surpluses at the end of each year, right? Because we're just not, we don't get in the mindset of you have to spend or lose it, right? We say, if we're proud of saving money for taxpayers, and then it goes back into the fund balance. So last year, we added a lot of money into that. So this is the model projection. If we keep up our current way of budgeting, this number will likely be higher because of those annual surpluses that we're going to be getting beyond what we're forecasting, if that makes sense. That's why I think this is an acceptable risk for us because of the way we do budgeting and the fact that we're always pretty good at generating end-of-year surpluses. Any questions on that? It's just a reminder for the public kind of what our financial strategy has been. It really is survival at FY23, but I think we're feeling a lot better, right? We're not at FY23 yet, but we've done a lot of great things over the last few years to get us in the position where we're fine, right? We're getting closer to that sustainable level at this point, and that's the goal, right? Is to get the city to the point where we're not concerned about being labeled fiscally distressed by the state and having our credit score removed ever again. We'll be a financially sustainable organization, and then even a strong organization, a financially robust organization by the 2030s, which again is going to be dependent on keeping tight budgets and aggressive downtown development and Route 28 development as well. The next few tables, you'll see it's a reflection of the previous slide. This here, this shows you the snapshot of 21. I'm sorry, it's the start of FY22, and then the start or the FY31 where we end up. These slides just show you what it looks like along the way, right? How quickly are we building it up, right? We're not getting to the orange line is the target level of where we should be. The blue is kind of where we actually are in 21, 22. How we're going to grow that, and where we'll end up, assuming things remain constant. And again, we're still not where we need to be, but we have a ton more flexibility with the debt going down in 23. In FY26, you'll see we're in a much stronger cash position as well. Even though we're not at our target, we're still much better than we are today, and we've been finding ways to kind of manage with current constraints, so I'm very confident we'll continue to be able to do so going forward. So the next few slides just show our audit, if you want to call it your income statement, right? So where you're at from a cash and a true fund balance position, where your cash would be if you collected all your receivables and you paid all your payables. What would your position be in the bank? That's what this is describing, and this is taken straight out of the audit. When you go to, and I always highlight this page of the audit each year. This is historical information right here, but you have your different categories of committed funds, and you'll see committed in the future where you talk about rainy day fund and the HR fund. That will actually go here. They're specific funds defined from an accounting perspective that are committed for those specific purposes, right? For recessions, for personnel liabilities, and then your unassigned is that including your operating cash fund, which is available there for you all to utilize as you would like. You can see the columns up here. You have think of this more, it's called general, it's really operating. This is your operating fund balance. This is your capital project fund balance or asset management fund balance. Your debt service fund, which is just kind of a transfer of money for debt purposes. This is kind of more of a nuanced accounting. It's not really relevant for our position. These two are proffers. This is important because we use the proffer fund to pay for the annual NBTA 30% match requirement that we have to do. So we pull from that fund. So building that fund up to be sustainable is one of the things that we get to do with the downtown proffer money, unless we want to spend that on other sources. And then just use general fund, operating fund for the MBTA match. And then non-major governmental, those are going to be things like your MBTA money, right? They're restricted specifically for transportation purposes. So you can see in FY19, the way that creditors, those who loan us money and evaluate our credit position, the way when we refinanced debt in 2012, 2013, because they were struggling with debt, they agreed to certain debt covenants. One of those being that you were going to maintain your fund balance position at a 15% rate of your budget, right? And the way they define that is they use this as your numerator, your unassigned general, which is really operating fund balance, divided by your general fund operating revenue position. And that's how you get the 15% requirement. The 15% requirement in 2019 was $6.6 million. We had $5.8 million. So we were starting to get closer. It was, again, in 2016, we were at negative $1 million, right, as a reminder. So we climbed up out of that position, and we got a lot closer in 19. This is your true position, right? because you have this deficit from previous years. Again, as a reminder, when we caught up with the 16-17 audits, our finance department had to go back all the way to year 2000 audits, all the way up, and restate everything that was happening. And we had this huge negative position, even in our capital projects fund, right? Because the revenue that they were counting didn't exist. This is the best way to put it. It was over-assumed revenue that just wasn't there. So when you subtract that liability that we have right now from an accounting perspective and a true cash perspective, when you subtract that from your operating, it leaves you with your actual true financial position, which at this point was $1.7 million, which was far lower than this 15% requirement, 6.6. But you can see each year we've gotten better. So I talked about those annual surpluses that the city has been great. The schools was really great last year as well. They had a $500,000 surplus as well, so they didn't spend $500,000 worth of taxpayer money that they received. That went back to taxpayers via the fund balance here. So we got up to $4 million, so a lot closer to that 15% requirement. And you can see though, how the creditors define it, we got higher than the 15% amount, because that 8.1 million is more than the 7.4 million. And I'm starting to get old because it's getting harder for me to read this each year. So you can see this purple here, that's the variance, that's the surplus of the definitional amount, right? So we had $723,000 more than the 15% requirement. And that was great news. We didn't think we were going to get there for a few years, and we got there a lot quicker than we were planning. But the next number we want to get to, that 15%, is this one here, because that's the true city financial position. And all I show here in the next few slides is how these numbers are changing, right? So you can pay attention to this from a definitional standpoint, and then this from a true position standpoint, and I'll talk about some other categories that change across the time frame. So you can see by FY26, so look at FY25, we saw this negative 4.1 million liability in the capital fund, right? So what that means was that the operating fund versus the capital project fund spent more than it had in revenue in the past, right? We wipe that out with an accounting procedure. This number drops, right? It eliminates this to zero. That's why it decreases in 26. It doesn't mean we're not improving our position. We are, but we're also zeroing that out. When we zero that out, you can see these are equivalent now, and they're higher than the 15%. So our true position ends up being at that 15%. And then in the later years, they grow even higher. So we end up being much higher than even that 15% requirement, which is really the floor. When you're looking at what S&P and Moody's, what they recommend for kind of the AAA credit ratings, are usually at the 30% level is where they like to see. And that should be our goal, is to try to get to those numbers. I also put some boxes around other funds as well. So the committed, you can see that goes up from 0 to $2 million in 27. That's the contribution to the rainy day fund and the HR fund. It goes up another 800,000 in 28. And then the capital projects fund actually starts going into positive as we start making contributions in the latter years to build up the capital projects fund to support the pay-go capital strategy. In the future, if you have let's say the elementary school roof goes out in FY30, well, now you have a couple $1 million there tucked away, and it's not us kind of figuring out, well, how do we pay for this project? Now we have a fund actually to utilize for that purpose. And then it just shows you how strong we get from a financial perspective in our fund balances with this current model. Any questions on our fund balance? This is showing, just like the operating cash, the rainy day fund, when we start making contributions, and again, we're at a kind of a danger zone, so we're going to have to keep doing what we've been doing over the last few years, just figuring out other ways to kind of deal with this. But again, I feel very good with how we've been budgeting, how we've been building up the operating cash fund, and we're always going to be able to figure out ways, but that's not the recommended long-term solution, and you don't want to set up future management for failure, by not having a rainy day fund. Similar story with the HR fund. You can see I have some notes there in terms of how we've been dealing with these things, but it does create operational impacts and presents some risk. FTE count. 166 is what we're proposing to go to in FY22, and you can see in this table, it lists out what those are by departments, with the most important again being our 5 line departments up here. Positions that we've added over the last year via the budget amendment is a reminder: the parking enforcement officer and accounts receivable clerk for the police for parking tickets collection. Again, the revenue from that program offsets the expenditure, so that does not impact on taxpayers. And then the building official, as I cited before, we're getting $400,000 increase in permit revenues. That more than offsets the cost of the building official. That's one of the purposes of the building official, is to help Calvin, Mickey, with all these reviews of all these site plans, all the building plans, building inspections that we had to do here. We want to stay on top of the construction of all these projects and get it done right, and that's what the building official helps us do.
I got a quick question.
Yeah.
How do you define an FTE here? Are you looking at 20, 60 hours a year? 40 hours a week?
40 is an FTE. Yeah.
So conceivably, the FTE can be 2 part-time people?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, that's why you saw on an earlier slide, I had 4 positions, but it was 3 FTEs, because 2 of them were half-time.
Okay.
And you get complicated saying it could be like 2.65, or I try to keep round it and just say 2.5, or even though it doesn't necessarily translate exactly to 0.5, it could be 0.4 sometimes, it could be 0.6 or 7.
Yeah, I've once had to have a 0.75 FTE.
Yeah.
Still trying to figure out how I dice that person up.
It doesn't account for seasonal employees, lifeguards,
No.
and
Yeah, you'll see,
Parks and Rec.
that's a great question. This FTE count does not include a lot of our part-time and seasonal employees at Parks and Rec. There's about another probably 200 of those employees. But they're all in one line item in the Parks and Rec department. And when I go down the spreadsheet, just remind me, I can show you where that is. And that was one item that we did reduce in FY21 because of COVID and scaled back operations. But yeah, that's tracked completely set. It doesn't impact, this kind of impacts our VRS, and a lot of the life insurance programs that we have, because of a lot of these part-time employees get to the hours where they do qualify for some of those benefits as well. And in a permanent position, whereas a lot of those Parks and Rec are kind of, we give Jay that flexibility to determine kind of what are the different part-time positions that are needed for any given year. The new FTEs I'm proposing again for FY22, part-time CSA program administrator. Again, we're very hopeful that the state will fund that family services specialist. Randy has received a letter to that effect from the state, so I like to be cautious and wait for the final amount to say, yes, you are getting that amount approved. There may also be some additional pay raises coming for DSS as well from the state. So cross your fingers that'd be great. That'll help us out with our gap analysis as well from a base.
Okay, I've got another quick question.
Yeah.
If state funding does not come through for that the family service specialist, then do we move forward or we don't?
That's going to be your judgment. I mean, we do have a larger surplus this year if we want to, but we can't push that back.
Okay.
The reason why I put it here definitely is because that money was coming, but it is an incredibly important position to help them out with. So it's always great when the state can come through like that and help us fund these positions. But yeah, that's going to be either we use some of the surplus to still keep that position going, or we can push it back.
Okay, thank you.
The CSA though, it's about time now. We actually should have someone to help manage such an important program for our kids. Same thing with transportation. We really need it. There's a lot of projects, too much to put on one person, to a department director to do transportation program management. So,
Is that an engineering position? You're looking for a traffic engineer or more of a manager type?
well, it can be either. It depends what you get in the market. So we're going to advertise, and it just depends really on the types of applications. If it's going to be engineering, they may be asking more, right, than what we're budgeting. But someone with strong project management skills is going to be critical, and then really we can help them. Calvin can help them understand kind of the world of VDOT and other components as well. Really, my priority is project management skills. That's what we really need here. Be able to present to you all a more robust individual transportation project budgets and timelines, right? And all different steps, just in the annual cycle for road maintenance, really to kind of take that on, take that burden off of Calvin, who's still our building official as well. So he's still doing that as well. So he should be supervising these people, giving them guidance, developing them, not doing the, it's now, we're so small, we still are gonna have to do a lot of the work, just like I still do a lot of the work, but you still wanna have someone there so, to do the majority of the work and help move things along a lot quicker, and, be supervised then by the department director. So we have Alan Rowley, who's our water and sewer, and he's our public works, division manager, but he's also our engineer for water, sewer, and stormwater. That's his expertise. It's not transportation, but he's taken on helping Calvin with a lot of the transportation projects. He's done a good job. And then code enforcement, again, that's just part-time hours that we want to get them out there in the evenings, right? On sweeps, because Nora works here during the day, because a lot of times, we have to do cover the window out here for customer service, for permitting and other things. So she will go out during the day as well, but we need her available during the day in case to help cover the window. We do want to have someone though in the evenings go out to do sweeps from the code enforcement standpoint.
Are they going to do weekends too?
Yeah, that's a good thing with part-time, and we'll assign their hours each week. And
Flex them. Thank you.
These next few slides just show right now kind of the feature identified positions that we feel would make our organization operate much more effectively to deliver services to our residents. The yellow ones that are highlighted with the red box around them, those are the ones that actually ended up making it to the 10-year model. The other ones did not, right? So like that communications director or the environmental sustainability officer, those did not get in there, right? That again, we can move things around, but we like to present different ideas of positions that will help us get better at achieving our priorities, right? So you can see the default auditor, the meals tax, people and meals tax auditor to help Debbie in her office to really have someone who that's their sole focus is actually auditing our businesses to make sure that it is tax compliance. It's such a huge thing. When you start doing something like that, you tend to notice a dramatic increase in commercial revenues when you get increased tax compliance.
I got a question again. You know me, I have questions. Can you give me a definition of immediate? I mean, how do you define immediate? Because what I might think is immediate and yours are probably two different things. And I'm sorry, my voice is starting to go. And, by years, by what a few years, are we talking 1 to 5, 5 to 10?
There's no set metrics on this. It's immediate is like we could have used them yesterday, right? We really, really do need them. Can't wait a few years as we're making that strategic decision that we know we have to prioritize here. And so we're saying the immediate ones should, at least to the departments, right? It's kind of them kind of speaking, I need this now versus I can wait a few years. Unfortunately, wait a few years for departments is not this model where it's after 10 years. Wait a few years for them is usually 3 to 4 years, right? But we have limited resources, right? That's always, that's what life is figuring out how to allocate those limited resources.
So how would we define immediate for the economic development coordinator? Are we looking like next fiscal, year's fiscal year or two?
On the spreadsheet, it has all these positions listed as a separate line item and what year.
Okay, I wasn't able to get to the spreadsheet because this came out when I was in bed asleep last night, so.
I'll walk you through that after this.
Okay.
After the presentation, I'll walk you through how to read, where to identify all this. Economic Development Director, I want to say that was FY23.
Okay, thank you.
But could I use that now? Heck yeah.
Well, yeah.
But I'm trying to kind of balance out all of our limitations.
Right, I understand because I've been in this situation.
Yeah. Customer Service Division, again, that's such an important one to make sure our residents have someone to talk to, right? Have someone to pick up the phone, give them a help desk ticket number, and we're going to resolve your issue and get back to them, right? I just don't know how you operate as any organization. Look at the private sector, how good of a job they do with having customer service divisions always in contact with customers, and that's something we just don't do that well. General services, this is a huge one, right? It's wrong for you to put general services style functions within a line of budget, right? Because they're servicing the entire organization. So they really do need to be centralized. You do need to have kind of that expertise in logistics and procurement, right? And to oversee kind of facilities and fleet. So that's kind of the program that you'll see what years I put that in there, but that's a priority division to end up creating in the next 10 years. For
That's a
PD
high salary projection.
No, those are 3 positions, so I'm sorry,
Okay.
I should have mentioned that.
Okay,
So you
I
have
see.
this FTE column shows how many people are part of either the position or the division.
Okay,
Right. Sometimes it'll be 0.5, sometimes it'll be 3, like so for customer service, and customer service will probably be a mix of a lot of part-time employees, so that will go down. And then the general services, the 3 positions would be the actual division manager, the procurement officer, and then the logistics supplies officer. And so the description there, I try to put a description and kind of benefit on that far right column. You can see here with the police, the animal control officer has been frozen for the longest time, so one of your priorities was to figure out which positions we can unfreeze. Parking enforcement officers, kind of just keep building that capacity for parking enforcement over the next few years. The specialized detective in these very sensitive cases involving child abuse and sexual assault, someone who specializes in that. Right now, our detectives are they're really specialized, incredible job, but they want to be doing kind of counter narcotics, counter gang, the actual other criminal elements. There are specialized people in this, and this is a very important thing. We see way too much of this happening in our city, so we do want to get ahead of that and help address that issue. And then the police officers that we froze to help with the salary adjustments, we'd like to eventually unfreeze those positions as well. And again, this is not all happening in 22. This is across a 10-year model. E911 communication specialist, adding that position so that they can do 24/7, have 2 people. So you don't want to have like we have right now, where sometimes you only have 1 person on shift, or you're burning overtime to make sure you have 2 people. It's just not sustainable to have 1 person there and you use a restroom and what happens, right? In the fire department, we're hoping to get a grant. So Sober's been great in pursuing aggressively some of these federal grants. And I think we got some good news that they may be 100% funded this year. So we're hopeful that in terms of the salary, last year that we were told we had to match 25% match for certain of these positions. So we're hopeful we win that grant. We get more of our paramedic positions staff, but eventually we do have to take that over. So we assume that we either get the grant and we can hire those positions now, and then the budget shows either when we hire them because we didn't win the grant, or we have to take over the payments for those 3 positions. But we're going to continue to be aggressive in increasing our number of paramedics, and you'll see with Chief Sober's presentation why that's important. The deputy fire marshal positions, another one. Again, this is part of your guidance, moving away from 1 person, 1 person divisions or 1 person departments where you become too dependent on 1 person. Then what happens when you don't have that person, right? And as you become a more robust city, you really need to stay on top of all these inspections as well. Community development, unfreezing crew workers, right, that have been frozen since 2009. When Calvin does his analysis, he'll show you kind of what our public works crew size was then. And he's probably done that with the orientation that he gave you. What it is today compared to Bob, it's just so far below, and we really need to get those positions unfrozen. The transportation program manager we talked about for FY22, code enforcement, same thing. Eventually, maybe we can bump that up a little bit higher as well, from essentially not even the number of people, but like the budget that you have there for hours, right? So there's always going to be part-time people helping out Nora. It's just how many hours do you want them patrolling the streets looking for code enforcement violations. Then DSS, we talked about these 2 positions for FY22. And then Jay, some of his positions as well, including the assistant preschool teachers, that we make sure we have at least two teachers, the teacher and the assistant for our preschool program, the custodian for additional kind of cleaning operations. You can see kind of some of the other positions that have been highlighted there as well. What this slide is showing is kind of the summary of, with this column, it's all of the positions, 56. This column is the ones that actually made it to the model, the 27.5, roughly 27.58, and how you classify these positions. You can round down, round up, but this is what actually made the model. So this cost number here is the total for the desired. This is what the actual 1 year, like if you hired all of them in 1 year, what it would cost, right? That's not really what the financial impact is across the 10 years. It's just showing you kind of how you're changing your tax bits, right? you're increasing your expenditures by $2 million by hiring these positions. That's 24 additional FTEs above the pre-recession levels, right? So we're talking about 27.5, 28 additional FTEs. That's 24 above.
Laszlo, can you slow down a little and explain the difference in the two columns now?
Yeah, the first column on the left, that's if we decide to fund every single position, the highlighted and non-highlighted from these previous slides, what it would cost on a one-year basis.
1 year.
Yeah.
Okay.
The next column is those that I have highlighted in the previous slides. What if we hire them all in 1 year, what it would cost. That's not what we're actually doing in the budget, but I'm just giving you kind of an understanding of what the tax base impact is of hiring those positions.
For 1 year.
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah. And I talked a little bit about this before. The 24 additional FTEs above the pre-recession levels, that's 14% growth over 22 years, when just in 12 years, your population has grown 28.5%. That's like talking about anything with the downtown. That's just what's happened without us making any, previous decisions about population growth that have occurred, much higher than even what I'm projecting to get to in terms of FTE levels, much higher. And that's about 0.64% annual FTE growth with this model. Does that make sense? Mm-hmm. Okay. That, again, that last sentence there, will still be a very lean and efficient, productive organization, even with this FTE growth, because you have to look at it as a comparison of staff levels to population. CIP, you're going to get a lot of this on April 20th, a very long presentation, project by project, so I'm not going to spend too much time on this tonight. But the actual CIP plan that you're voting for is that red box. It's FY22 to 26. We always like to do kind of 10-year models. So just like we did in the operating budget, we also show you kind of the long-term capital impacts, but you actually do vote. This is the one area where you do vote on a multi-year budget, but it's more of a plan, right? And that's your capital improvement plan. Here, I just want to highlight the proffers and escrow cash from the downtown development and what years we're projecting to get that cash. And then down here in FY22, again, we're allocating the majority of this into the proffer fund to use for either future expenditures. You see here the acquisition of part of this, not the entire number, but this is a lot of things, but the big number here in 24 is, the acquisition of the public works building, right?
How come the number for the FY23 and the escrow cash is so much lower? How come it's only 160?
The escrow was up front. We had to get the escrow for acquisition of parcels. It's not consistent, right? So the proffer amounts and the escrow are determined by the comprehensive agreement. The escrow was done up front to help with property acquisition. The proffers come in two different ones. Is from Norton Scott. They have a set dollar amount when the phase 1A is complete. Before we issue a building permit for building A is when they pay one set amount for phase 1A. And then as each unit before they get their occupancy permit, each residential unit, they have to then submit to Mickey and Calvin a proffer cash payment for each unit. And then phase 2 has a similar trigger for different proffers. So it's all laid out in the comprehensive agreement. It's based off development timelines and before getting either occupancy permits for commercial building or occupancy permits for residential buildings. But the escrow fund was just a different source of funding that came from the developer to help with property acquisition.
So the DPW building, that was the 5.9 plus change number?
No, it's in that. Again, that's one. When you look at these are not line items. These are overall programs. There are many line items within those, but when you look at the spreadsheet, it breaks down each project. But that's the target year for right now in this CIP model for when we get the finance.
So it is contained within that number?
Correct.
Within the 5.9 number?
Correct.
Okay.
As is the first City Hall payment.
Okay.
Right? The capital lease payments for the new City Hall and public improvements starts in FY24 and then kind of ramps up as well. So you can see kind of the cash coming from other transfers is a lot of it is the operating fund. You can see those go up to pay for those City Hall payments. But again, you saw the tax base improve dramatically to more than offset what that cost is. This is the capital budget. You want to look at it kind of one shot. It's easier to actually look at it on the spreadsheet and scroll down, but I provided you in PowerPoint. So again, I highlight the $8.6 million expected in cash from developers. That's what's driving a big number across the next 5 years. You can see with capital, again, remains the single largest source of expenditure for the general fund, and you can see the different projects. Let me just go back. Each of these categories are then broken out for FY22 and these later slides. So these are the actual line items for FY22, and you'll get a full presentation of each project on April 20th.
Laszlo?
Yes.
Could you go back where it says culvert upgrade at PW? Where's that location?
I'm sorry.
It's where the 10,000 is. Keep going up, one up, and then one over.
This is a pre-scoping.
Yes, that is the one right at the Public Works Building. They have a little.
Where that stream is?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. And the reason why we put that under transportation is because it's more about transportation than stormwater, and it's directly benefiting the, you'll see that with some of the other projects, directly benefiting the general fund and in some cases the streets division. PD, their only real expenditures in 22 is going to be vehicle leases. One of the errors, remember when I said that the surplus is not really 1.74, it's 1.64? I forgot one thing that you all voted on after I presented the CIP to the Planning Commission, which was the parking enforcement vehicle and the technology. I forgot to put that in the CIP model, because we developed a CIP back in February before that item was voted on. I just forgot to insert that. That's why I said we had to downgrade that surplus amount, because I had to plug that back into the, and that will go under the police capital line. Fire department, you can see most of it's done via capital leases, so the payments, such as like the ambulance that you approved tonight, that $65,000 payment in FY22, keeping that going. So we list, you see here in parentheses, these don't have separate GL codes. There's 2 GL codes for capital leases for each department, and it's capital lease principal, capital lease interest. But below that, we break down what each component of that is in parentheses. So when you see parentheses in the spreadsheet, that's all that's doing, is telling you what's part of that capital lease program. And in Parks and Rec, the 2 big projects, the trails for Signal Hill Park, we are hoping to get grants for that. So we're submitting a grant application to hopefully get that 100% funded, so that happens. This goes off the budget, or it doesn't come off the budget, but it's no longer an impact, financial impact. And then this should be renamed. This is an error too. This is the downtown library. The current GL was listed as Blooms Park because that's what we were using before. The name should change to Downtown Library Establishment. So we're moving from a 2,000 square foot library to an 8,000 square foot library, which means we're gonna have to do some additional procurement for furniture, equipment, technology, and a lot more books as well.
So books, I mean, items to add to the collection are included within the 400,000? Okay.
Plus the annual amount, once you get to that large library of materials, will more than double as well.
Will the state increase our stipend?
I'm not sure they will, but the good thing is their stipend matches what our materials budget would be for an 8,000 square foot library. So it kind of already does its job. So like essentially residents don't pay for materials, they just pay for kind of library operations. I hope they do. That'd be nice if they increase it, but I think that has more to do with population, but they also do look at expenditures.
I see.
I do, it's a whole formula. So I would hope that it would go up. They've been very generous with us.
Yes.
And then city admin, general services, this is kind of a newer category that we added last year, but again, as we try to kind of consolidate kind of that central support functions for technology, fleet, facilities, and overarching logistics. That's what's housed in here. And you can see, again, 1.3 million is a contribution to the profit fund. So 1.3 million out of that 2.1 million is really not an expenditure, it's a transfer. Right? right? But we're transferring from the capital projects fund to the bond fund. And that's just again, so you guys can see those transactions, and they're not done in the back end. I want you all always to kind of see revenue coming in and how that revenue is either expended or what fund is it transferred to. So when you go back to that audit document that I showed, the fund balance, you'll see the profit fund grow by those amounts. Let's see. Okay. And then finally, for the general fund, the asset management fund, this is again to enable the BRUM program, the PAYGO capital program. Similar to the unfunded or the desired positions, we have what's called unfunded capital. This used to be very robust. It's not. I mean, most of those are gone at this point. The two key ones that are still there, again, the dark fiber project and then the streets. We have budgeted across 10 years at $2.5 million. It should be $10 million. So we're short by $7.5 million. So if we want to come up with that money, we have to figure out what the trade-offs are to close that gap, or what are additional options or business type mixes in our downtown to help us with that. And then here's some other kind of parks and rec ideas that have been around for a long time for enhancing our parks. But we don't at this point have near the tax base to kind of support some of these larger projects. But there was a lot of work done in the past to kind of master plan these parks to help kind of achieve kind of the goals for the parks and things that were popular before. So I understand that a skate park was very popular in the past when we had that, and there was a desire to kind of try to get that back.
What is it that we pay for the dark fiber for Comcast? We're still leasing out.
Yeah, we're not paying. Oh, the lease. We don't know that yet. That's an item we're going to have to bring back to you all. Okay. It's something Don is still communicating with Comcast on, but we just don't know what we're going to have to be paying for yet. That's why I just didn't put it in the budget right now. It's just there's too much uncertainty. The lease is not that bad. I mean, we don't even need to think about it. We just stick with the lease. Okay. Any questions on the general fund? Before I move to water and sewer? Water and sewer fund is a little bit easier. You can see always for personnel for each department and also water, sewer, and stormwater, you have the pay raises reflected there. For user fees, there is no rate increase. It's just going up based off of actual trends that we're seeing in the revenues. And then tap fee revenue. This is a big one you'll see in the CIP for water and sewer. Just like we're getting profit money from the downtown, we're also getting a lot of tap fee revenues. And that's also helping with the pressure on rates to not go up as in the previous years. We were going to have rates go up a lot higher. Now you're averaging 1%, which is less than inflation for increase because of things like the downtown tap fee revenue and also user fees. You're just adding more customers that are paying into the system. And then for the overhead support, that also includes the transfer to the city general fund for overhead. That's a big item for the time that, for example, the budget manager, right? What time is she spending on developing the water and sewer budget, right? That time gets offset by utility fund, so that you're not subsidizing the utility fund with the general fund. But that never went, I believe, slightly down. But most of these things, like water purchase, UOSA, we don't have much control over. You can see those are really the largest items here on the operating side. Capital and debt. What this is a transfer from the operating to capital to make both debt payments and your capital payments. The largest thing in the water and sewer fund is the debt payments, but again, that goes down significantly starting in FY30. 10-year operating models, please pay attention to that first column, user fees. So you can see that those will be going up as we add the downtown capacity and also based off of other trends that we're seeing in user fees. So the more customers you add, the more revenues you get, and then the less pressure there is on rate increases and actually the potential to actually reduce rates. Okay. The rate increase plan, again, much lower this year than previous years. I'm hopeful we can avoid the FY23 increase. Again, we just need to reevaluate evaluate kind of the capital expenditure side, our debt position, and whether we can, with the fund balance, can survive not having as much of these rate increases. And more importantly, with the federal money, how much do we actually get and how much of that can we actually allocate towards water and sewer capital? So we can do that, then again, you can potentially reduce this curve to 1% here and reduce your average, or even have it remain flat, so under inflation. So yes, this is 3 percentage points lower than average than last year. So last year we had an average of 4% across 10 years. This year you're averaging 1%, and a big reason for that is your downtown and all the tap fees you're getting and the user fee revenue increases. Your budget growth for your enterprise funds for water and sewer and stormwater really fluctuate based off of your capital, because there's so much variability in which year you're taking on different capital expenditures. The big capital items for water and sewer fund are going to be your phased water improvements to your pipes across on the west side, your smart meter program, and your SCADA program. Those are going to be your largest capital expenditure items that are driving kind of these fluctuations in budget growth. This is what I was talking about before. This is kind of besides the downtown, this is kind of the next most important thing that's happening with the water sewer fund, is the debt position and how much that's going down in FY 30 and 31, and then just hearing the good news from you also this year that the additional capacity is not going to be needed in this end of this decade like we previously thought. It can be pushed out to the 2040s, which means you'll still have some additional UOSA debt that's planned, but it's not very significant. It's not going to push this up dramatically. And then water debt, again, we'll see what happens, but our agreements are still in place with the Prince William County Water Service Authority and with Manassas. So if things hold like they are, you get a significant decline in debt and you start generating significant surpluses in these years, which means you have a really good opportunity to reduce your user fee rates. Again, this is what's driving. Remember last week we presented that the current admin fee is not enough to cover the current debt payments, right? Well, in these years, it's going to be more than enough, so you can actually reduce that for our customers. Water sewer reserves, we don't have a rainy day fund here because there's not a lot of variation in terms of water billing and usage with national business cycle as there is with things like sales tax and meals taxes. So you don't have a rainy day fund, but all these other categories are exactly the same as the general fund. And the big difference is you can see in FY22, the start of FY22, we had about $8.4 million in our fund balance projected. We should be at 5.3. That means we have $3 million surplus in fund balance, which means we get to spend that down. So by the end of the model, we spend it down to $882,000, and we can take another look at this and see, do we want to get it down to zero? Do we want to go down to negative? That doesn't mean that the fund balance is in a negative position, right? It's that we're under the recommended reserve levels. But you can argue we may be able to go down red for a few years because of those surpluses that would happen in 30 and 31 to get you back, and that would help ease some of the pressure on your utility customers in terms of rates. But this is kind of how I budgeted for it, just to keep a very strong financial position for the city. But I think there is some flexibility. As things go as planned with the downtown, there's a lot of flexibility even for the water and sewer fund. And you just see we're spending down our operating fund for
help me understand, Laszlo. If we have a fund balance of $3 million,
more than what we should have.
More than what we should have.
Yeah, so we have a fund balance of 8.4 million. What I'm saying is,
right,
if we stick with these ratios, we should only have 5.3. So we have $3 more million than what we should have if we're to meet our target ratios.
So the 2% increase in rates that we're proposing in this graph, if we have a fund balance that's more than what we were supposed to have, why? That's my question.
Yeah, so if we proceed with current expenditures on capital,
yes,
for the plan, we don't do any rate increases, this number will be negative, and potentially the fund balance can be negative, which you don't want to do, right? You don't want to have a negative position. But to your point,
Yeah.
I've budgeted this way to keep us above where we should be. We don't have to do that. Like you could, if you wanted to, you could go into a negative position, which means not that you're in a negative fund balance position, but that you're lower than your target ratios.
Correct.
Because you know in FY 30 and 31, you're going to climb up pretty quickly above those. I wouldn't recommend you do that now, but towards kind of the FY 25, 26, when you know you're downtown,
Yeah.
what's happening with your downtown, you've received your tap fee revenues, things are going great, you can take that risk.
The only concern I have is, and I think that the fact that we're reducing property tax by 2%, 2 cents, not 2%, 2%, is awesome. I mean, that's just makes me so excited. But then people will argue that we're just raising in 2023 their water rates, their stormwater rates, and their other rates. And so it's almost a net loss to some degree.
Depends how much you increase it. Like I did the math this year, right? So for real estate tax, you're reducing the bill by about $21.
Yes, you said by 100,000.
For stormwater and trash, you're increasing bills by, I would want to say $10, $11. So you're still netting out $10 less,
Okay.
right? Because of the tax cut. So a 2% water and sewer rate likely wouldn't push you above that. But that's again, apples to apples comparison of if your house is assessed at this value and assessed at that same value, that's what your savings are. That's not always true as your assessments go up, right? So yeah, you actually make that argument that you're with these other utility enterprises as you increase those. You're right, if you don't do enough of a tax rate decrease, you're still paying more to the city. But that's the problem again with cities running utilities.
No, I know.
No one makes that argument if Columbia Gas raises their rate. Hey, wait, but the city, now I'm paying more for utilities. But they'll make that argument for water and sewer. But in reality, it's supposed to be a separate enterprise,
Yeah.
right? That's a standalone. You shouldn't look at your general fund tax rate and your water and sewer rate and your stormwater rate and say, this is all city. You should look at your water rate like you look at your Columbia Gas and your Novec.
And I wish it were so.
Correct, but it's not. It's not. Yeah, I know.
not.
I
Not
understand.
everybody looks at it like we do, that these services have to pay for themselves.
Absolutely.
Yeah,
No, they don't. Okay. good
Well, I think
point.
it's people don't know more than anything.
right. Well,
Maybe I have
and
a
even if they,
Yeah, I think,
sometimes they don't want to, yeah.
Yeah.
Hey, Michael, this is Preston. I got a question.
Sure.
Just to follow up the Councilmember Moore's point or a question. So by 2023, when the stormwater rate increases, by then the citizens will have, I guess, a cumulative of 4% reduction on their property tax rate, right?
Well, so
Which would be-
this is water and sewer here. So this would start in 23. You're right. It would be a 3-cent reduction by 23 in the real estate tax rate if you stick with this plan, the plan that I proposed. Yeah.
Got it. I'm just making sure. Thanks.
Again, but that's based off a projected assessment increase of 2.5%. If your assessment grows by 7% next year again, we could probably do another 2 or 3 cents again at that time. So again, I budgeted very conservatively from an assessment growth, which gives you more options in the future. But I hate to do the opposite, say, oh yeah, we're gonna keep doing this 5-6%, and then we have a year where it comes in at 2%, and now we have to actually end up cutting things.
Yeah, that's a good
Or
point.
we have another pandemic.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Let's hope not.
No. No.
But
Take
if
an
you want me to
asteroid.
relook at this, again, if you give me the guidance, hey, don't let us go negative, but towards the end of the decade, go under our target amounts, because we know in FY 30 and FY 31, we're quickly gonna be rebounding back to those target reserve levels. That's something we can do. And I always present kind of a responsible, like most, but you don't have to do that. Like there's things called acceptable risk, right? And this could be an acceptable risk to help out our utility customers.
And like you say, next year, our property values may go, our excess values may go up. We can look at it then, think about it.
Yeah, and definitely I would hold off on a lot of those types of decisions until the downtown is fully kind of.
Absolutely.
And we know what our business mix is, water usage, things like that, right? So that was a big part of Callan's assessment. How many restaurants, how many, the theater, what is the water usage? And that was all part of that as well.
Very good.
HR fund, again, all these funds are at surplus, and it's not that we spend the HR fund, it's just, if we do spend it, we'll go below, but we'll see what we'll actually do. But it's just a target amount. As your personnel budget grows, your target amount grows here as well. But the water and sewer fund is it's a lot healthier than any other fund in the city. And unfortunately, it's this surplus here, it was a lot bigger. It was like, I think $12 million a couple of years ago. But it was big for a long time for a very big reason. Like the city couldn't, like, as much as Calvin and Allen wanted to start improving our water infrastructure, we had to tell them to hold off because we needed that for cash. It was very bad. You shouldn't be doing that, right? But we had no other choice at that time. Now we want to spend that down. We want to do our capital infrastructure improvement, and we're able to do that now because we're building up our general fund cash position.
You lost me there for a moment. So in the years past, we couldn't improve our water system because we had to use that money to keep the city afloat, basically?
Correct. We had to keep, not from a fund perspective, but from a cash perspective. Remember the whole, you collect real estate taxes, here you have to wait 6 months.
Right.
So you're essentially borrowing from the water and sewer fund for those months.
Okay.
Where you're waiting in between. We're not, we're still doing that, not to the same extent as before, but we're improving our position a lot each year where we're going to be able to wean ourselves off of that practice.
Okay.
Again, because we do want to treat this as a NOVEC, as
Right, it's a separate, almost a separate entity.
they're not giving us cash, right, to keep us afloat, so we shouldn't be doing that with the water and sewer.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
This is Preston. So if we're still borrowing from the water and sewer fund, I mean, that budget surplus really isn't a surplus.
No, we're not borrowing. That, I always say the difference between cash and fund, right? So if we were to truly borrow, if this utility fund was subsidizing our general fund, let's say they gave us $1 million when we needed it with cash, and the general fund never paid that back, that's a subsidy. Think of this as a short-term interest-free loan that's paid within the fiscal year, if that makes sense. So it's not there is no surplus in the general fund because we took money from the water and sewer fund. That would be a fund subsidy, and that's not what's happened. It's a cash subsidy during the year.
You pay it back.
You pay it back.
But even paying it back is a bad thing to do. I mean, as you said, it's a separate enterprise fund.
Yeah, you have to pay it back. I mean, it's illegal for us to subsidize from the water and sewer fund to the general fund. You can't do that. But we've tried. So like part of Pon's Mind's early recommendations, we need to start splitting things out into separate bank accounts, right, to help us track things, but also to keep these things separate. Right? You don't really want to intermingle these different cash flows. We haven't been able to do so because we need to get that fund balance up for the general fund. You'll see in a later slide that we get to that point, that we can move off of the water and sewer fund. And actually, it may end up being the opposite by the end of this decade, where the enterprise funds at some point will be borrowing short-term interest-free loans from the general fund because of how strong the general fund's position will be during the year, but then paying it back. That makes sense.
Okay, I understand. I wouldn't say that our general fund's in a strong position then, since we do have a liquidity or a cash flow problem.
Yeah,
in which we do have to borrow from the enterprise fund. I wouldn't say it's a strong position.
We're not. I haven't made that. Yeah, I haven't made that argument. Saying we're going to be in a strong position, but to this point, if you look at this slide, I'm sorry. Where are we here? This tells us we are in a very bad position. That's my argument. Is that we're in a very, very bad position still. When I say we're in a better position, it's because this was a lot worse just a few years ago. So we're coming from a different perspective of where we were just a few years ago, where this number was negative, right? And this was like $30 million.
We've gone from critical to bad.
Correct. Yeah. I would argue we're
no longer
becoming
life support.
I think we're off life support. I think that's a good way to put it. We're on our physical therapy right now. Right? So we're close to getting out of the hospital and getting strong. So that's kind of where you're right. If you came in, if this was my first year as city manager here, and I looked at this, I would be saying we have a huge problem, right? But we've come from such a bad position that we're on the right path, and our creditors agree with that. That's why they told us that we're positively trending when they haven't been doing that to other jurisdictions during COVID, and we got that term positive trend for our city.
All right, thanks.
We're not in a good position right now, still with general fund, but we're getting to a much better position. CIP, again, I highlight the tap fee revenues, just like I highlighted the coffers. And again, that's gonna vary each year, depending on the number and types of businesses coming in and the number of residential units coming online. But that's something also they pay to Calvin's office before, I wanna say before getting occupancy permit. Maybe even before building permit, I have to double check with Calvin on that one. But that's a big driver, that's helping us out. That's something we wouldn't have had we not approved the downtown. So that's helping, that's why we were able to do that 3 to 4 percentage point drop in rate increase average from last year's model, because we have the downtown. And so we have additional users as well. That's the strength of development, is that you're getting these proffer fees, these tap fees, and you're adding more customers from your tax perspective, right? So more customers paying your tax, so you're dividing your fixed costs over more people, and the same thing with your enterprise funds. For the expenditure side, again, you can see how big the debt is for both UOSA, which is sewer, and then water, how big of a liability that is each year as a comparison to your overall capital budget, and then again, how that drops down. Look at this number in FY31 for water, right? It dropped down by almost $1 million. It's a pretty significant drop. And again, assuming this stays constant, the city's water and sewer enterprise is in an incredible position. I know we would want that today, but this is a good news story here if we can keep, especially when UOSA told us what they told us this year. It was great news, but we still have some things to do here over the next few years. I mentioned the critical ones, all the water pipes, sewer pipes, and the SCADA system, and the smart meters. Those are big capital projects that we need to get done, and depending on how much federal money we get and what we can use it for, maybe that can help us, or other grants can help us to reduce that. And if we get that, then again, that's just less pressure on utility rates. For capital budget, again, Calvin will brief you on all the different components of ROM, but you can see Alan and him have laid out a plan with tank work, valve improvements, continuing to do the sewer lining program, so the water system phase improvements. We didn't do that in 21, and we're getting back to it in FY22. And then you can see the other kind of support elements are a much smaller portion of the overall water and sewer capital spending. And the asset management plan kind of just stays constant. This is another one where the asset management plan needs to be put in place. But again, we're in a much better position in our water and sewer fund, and we're not as concerned with this, but it's something we need to keep an eye on for long-term asset management. For stormwater, so this, we do have the rate increase this year. So water and sewer, no rate increase this year. General fund rate decrease. Stormwater and trash rate increases. And so stormwaters, you'll see in the next few years, are going to have dramatic increases, unfortunately, unless we can get some kind of outside sources of funding to deal with the Russia Branch project. So 2.5% increase in rates for FY22, 3% pay raise for our employees there. And then again, you can see from an operating standpoint, we don't spend that much on stormwater. We have some general kind of repairs and maintenance that we do, but the majority of it's going to be done under the capital side. And when you look at the capital budget, you'll see in FY24-25 a dramatic spike in spending. Not in the operating, but in the capital. So again, just like everything else, you do have increases. A big part of this is the rate increases, but also adding the additional customers as well who are paying the stormwater fee. And here's that rate growth plan. So the average is 6%. I want to say it was higher last year. There's one that I forgot to check what it was last year, the average growth rate. But you can see again, we did do a 0% in 21, which kind of pushed the curve up a little bit this year. right? So we wanted to give everyone a break for COVID. And we can do that again in 22 if that's a desire, but then all these numbers just go up that much higher in the latter years, right? Because you have to make up for the previous years and get to the point where, and again, this is not to be able to fund the project upfront, pay go. This is to start taking on the debt payments once you take on debt to do the Russia branch project.
Through obligation to bonds, or?
You don't have to do the debt, it's just we don't have any, there's no other way to do it unless you enter into some kind of agreement, a public-private partnership with a specialized firm that you can enter an agreement with, they can do the work and then kind of bill you over a 10-year. It's another form. It's so you don't have to take on general obligation debt, right? Which is the preferred route. You don't want to take on general obligation debt. So that is something we are exploring, and we're still trying to wait for our contractor to get back with the proposal, because I wanted to present that to you all this month as a different way of tackling this problem. But this again is a mandated program that we have to take on or get a consent order from DEQ with the daily fines eventually if they go that route, and they can go that route. So in my previous job, they went that route with our sewer system, where they will send you a consent order and we'll start fining you, and then you have to lawyer up and go meet with them and try to resolve the issue or fix the issue. So it can happen, and we don't want to play around with that by the time we have to reduce our pollutants. And you can argue it's good for the environment doing this as well. So it's not just that it's a mandate, but we're doing something positive for our natural water sources. So it's good, but just my hope is we can get some funding. So this is probably, I think, next year where we really need to submit as part of kind of the earmark process for Congress. We really try to get support for this project. This is the one critical project that would most help our residents, is this one project.
By next year, do you mean fiscal year or calendar year?
So if let's say they put it out again for April 2nd of 2022 to submit earmark request, if that's the same process, I hope we're ready to submit this project for that request.
Okay.
And then, but we get the money in FY24, which is when we start the project, so we better be ready.
Okay. Thank you.
I'm sorry, just a quick heads up on the agenda. When will we be briefed on the Russian branch project? What it entails?
April 20th. Yeah. April 20th, that's
Okay.
where they go line by line
capital?
each project, and Calvin will be reviewing it. Yeah.
Okay.
That's one project. It's the largest project, but yeah, that's one slide dedicated to that. But we also, again, we wanted to bring a contractor to do a presentation on kind of the public-private model of doing this kind of project. I'm just not sure we're going to get that back in time for this budget cycle. But again, we're not doing this for another 2 years.
Right.
But we really need to start working on getting other sources of funding now versus waiting here. And it's going on our budget again. It fluctuates based off of the CIP expenditure, just like the water and sewer. But average growth is 7%. Okay, stormwater reserves, this is not, I don't have it broken out by operating cash and those other components, because your goal here is just not to go negative. Don't be subsidized by the general fund. Have enough to stay afloat as an independent enterprise, but we're trying to, I mean, you see how aggressive those rate increases are and still how small our fund balance is. So if we really want to be aggressive and build a strong fund balance, we'd be crushing our residents with a higher and higher rate. So you don't want to do that. You want to just keep this thing sustainable and not subsidized by the general fund. And that's why this is kind of the lowest point we get to, and we kind of start building it up and kind of stay flat, so we don't go negative. Like the trash fund you'll see is negative. So that is subsidized essentially by the general fund. I would argue again by this point, 28 through 31, the water and sewer and stormwater fund are likely going to be subsidized by the general fund from a cash perspective during the year, right? Which again, not ideal, but it's much better than the reverse, and it's much better than having to subsidize it from a fund perspective, like the trash. These used to be subsidized every year by the general fund directly, stormwater and solid waste, but the governing body changed that in FY18 when we got both funds to actually sustain. For FY22, nothing major in terms of projects. No Connor Pond. Connor Pond was the one project that was supposed to be happening, But because phase 3 now is going to be, utilizing that pond as well, that's a project that has to be reworked and done at a later date when the phase 3 developers are working on that. The CIP I highlighted, and I don't know why I always forget to do this, but we're assuming we're getting SLAP funding as well. It's like a 50% match. So we're taking on debt for half the project costs. So I always mess this up, and then Calvin always corrects me. So I gotta fix this, but the number is actually double this amount. Pretty thankful. But we're just like we got SLAP funds, which is stormwater funding from the state. That's what we're going to pursue.
Stormwater Local Assistance Fund.
Right. From the state, we're going to pursue that as well for the Russian Grant project. But that's still not enough. You can see how expensive this project is, even assuming we do get that.
Yeah, and it's a 50-50 match, so, yeah.
Yeah, correct. So we still have to come up with the other 50%. My hope is we can get that via earmarks or grants. So there are grants out there, and Emergent McIntyre is going to help us out with applying for federal stormwater grants as well to get some money for this. That would be the most important thing we can do for our taxpayers over the next few years, is we can get some grant funding for that project. Yeah, so you can see 70% of everything we're spending in stormwater is from that one project.
And that's over there by the VRE station, right?
Yeah, it's Blooms Park. That little stream that you see in Blooms Park, that's it.
Okay.
Yeah. It's a pretty long stretch, and there still has to be the evaluation of how many credits we can get from that. But the assumption is by doing that stream restoration, you're going to get at least 95% of your required pollutant reduction goals. So that one project will kind of get us to the finish line. So we're actually lucky to have that in our city. That's true. So for trash, again, just like stormwater, 2.5% increase in rates. And that's again to cover the contracted service costs that we do pay on an annual basis. And this year also we did put in the budget the glass dumpster. So we do want to try to help out with our glass recycling program. We got that last year again to give our residents a break with rate increases. Again, we can look at, I'm not sure if this one, if we do 0% again, if we won't go into negative and actually have a deficit this year. So if that's something you want to look at this year, let me know. I'll see if we go to a negative position or not. This is a very tight budget, and it's at a negative fund balance position, and we're changing that to get to a positive fund balance position over the next few years. So again, the big thing with this, there's two possibilities here, right? One which will help us, one which will hurt us. The municipal solid waste host fee hopefully will help us. Hopefully that'll bring in some good revenue that we can use to then help reduce the rate increases for trash. However, the rate increases may have to go higher if the future contract costs just come back a lot higher than they are now.
Okay, you have to forgive me. Can you briefly explain the municipal solid waste host fee?
Yeah, last year, the trash company was headquartered in our city. They came in with a request from the planning commission to the planning commission governing body to be allowed to build a transfer station within our city limits in the industrial area. Mm-hmm. That was approved. By that going up, right, everything that they're bringing to that transfer station, the Commonwealth of Virginia allows the city to tax it at a certain rate. You have to do it via agreement, right? You have to set up an actual policy, which Calvin did, and then have an agreement with the transfer station based off that policy. And so that agreement, I don't think, has been finalized. When it gets finalized, my understanding will be bringing back. Actually, I think that's more administrative. So that agreement hasn't been finalized. But once that station is built and we're collecting that tax money, hopefully it's a lot. We just don't know at this point what it's going to generate. So we hate to make any assumptions. But my hope is that it does generate some good cash to help us avoid having to do as high rate increases as we have to.
Okay,
and
thank you.
Hopefully contract prices will come back when we have to go back out for RFPs again, and at the same level or less. I'm dreaming by saying less, but at least not that much higher than what it is now. So we can keep a consistent rate of hopefully just inflation. That's always the goal.
Okay, thank
When
you.
do we rebid the contract?
I want to say a couple of years, if I'm not mistaken. I'll have to double check with Calvin.
A couple years.
So you can see the trash fee kind of constant 2.5. This was down from an average of 5% last year. Again, thanks to downtown, you're just adding more users to pay for your fee. And again, I'm hopeful with this waste host fee that we can help bring that down even further. So as a comparison, right, this is what we're paying on a monthly bill this year at FY21 for trash. This is for a single family, and then in 22 would go up to this amount. You can see what the city of Manassas does, right? So even by FY26, we're still going to be lower than they are here. There's one area where we can point and say, hey, we have a lower rate. That's and that's why the fund balance was negative. But we're doing better with that, right? We're catching up. And then the cost increase, this is just what the amount will grow each month on everyone's bills. And again, we did 0 in 21. And so at no point will this be higher than 61 cents or higher, the monthly increase, which is different from last year where we actually had usually there was $2 increase per month.
Okay.
Again, things are getting better, and that's why I was very excited looking at this budget, just because my perspective was the previous year's budget and not coming into this place. These are the enterprise fund balances, just one snapshot across the year so you can see kind of what happens to them. You can see water and sewer, we kind of start spending that down. Same thing with stormwater, solid waste, the opposite. So we were at a negative 374,000 in FY18. We're moving that slowly to go to a positive, and then we can kind of make a determination of where the reason why this number is where it is this high. Someone will say, yeah, that's too high. I don't know what the contract prices are going to be for the future. So this is my starting point here. Make sure that we can cover that without falling back to negative. If contract prices come back and they're flat or less, then we can actually then consider, lower, flat rates or lowering rates, and then having this number hover lower. But we have to be cautious here about what future costs can be. We don't want this to go back to the bad days of being in these large negative numbers. But again, we're still at a negative fund balance position for solid waste. But looking at everything together, so the general fund, net unassigned position, which doesn't include the rainy day fund, and it doesn't include the HR fund, so you can add an additional $3 million to this number here, right? But this is just the unassigned position, which is how usually fund balance is defined. You can see what happens each year, and again, this is my point, towards the end of the decade, this is going to be subsidizing the rest of these from the cash perspective, but not from the fund perspective. So we get to a much better place in the general fund, and then we get these to kind of a more manageable position, more acceptable lower level, but still not negative level, so that we ease the pressure on our residents from a rate standpoint. And you can see our total city position improves pretty dramatically up to about 26 million. Add in again an additional 3 million for rainy day fund and HR fund. So we're in a much better position in the future. And then again, water and sewer, right? If once that debt goes down, that's why this number is growing, and we have some wiggle room there that really adjust things. And either this number is going to skyrocket, or it'll remain kind of constant, and we'll be able to reduce rates at that point.
Laszlo, we've had a question from YouTube. The individual's name is Erica, no last name. Her question is, are our recyclables actually being recycled?
Yeah, that's yes and no. So it's we had a presentation a year and a half ago. So if you want, we can repeat that presentation. I hate to give a short answer that's not accurate, but essentially the cost of recycling when you take recyclables to the recycling stations have gone up. And every time you bring something that doesn't match the requirements of how much non-recyclable goods are there, they fine you, right? So the contractor gets hit big time with not bringing 100% recyclable or 99%. And that's all because of China, and China used to be an importer of global recycling goods. And again, I don't want to misspeak because we had a very comprehensive presentation That was much better than the way I'm going to describe it right now. But they had a certain level of allowable non-recyclables that they would import. They reduced that level to the point where it's nearly impossible now to export recyclable goods to China. And just like any market, if there's no demand for your supplies, then the cost is just going to go much higher for managing the supply now. There's no demand for it, so you're just not getting a return. So instead of before where you can maybe make money by recycling, now you're paying someone to deal with that. So the costs for recycling have gone up dramatically. So if they go to a trash station with a recycling truck because they were pushed away from the recycling center, then they get fined for doing that, right? So there have been times, and again, this isn't acceptable, but you can see why it would happen, where they end up just putting it in the trash because it's not actually recyclable. And so we try to do our best with messaging and how to make things actually recyclable so they can take it to the recycling. But yes, per contract, they are obligated to recycle goods.
I think it would be worthwhile to repeat that presentation for the folks at home. I think a lot of people, even though we've tried to get the word out, a lot of people don't realize how they're contaminating their recyclables with grease on a pizza box, with water on newspapers. Once the newspapers are wet, they cannot be recycled. And I think a lot of folks don't realize just what it takes to contaminate.
It's a national problem, and
actually, they say it's a global problem.
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
And from a U.S. standpoint, why I say that is because in our region, Fairfax County came up with a solution for glass because no one was taking glass anymore. So they have a whole glass facility to kind of grind it and utilize it for construction materials. So that's why we're trying to get our glass dumpster set up at least, and maybe we can go take it there so that it at least gets recycled. So everyone's dealing with this problem.
And most of the recyclables were on their way to somewhere in Asia, mostly China, but China found their nation was filling up with trash because of the contamination. So that's why.
Maybe we could update the presentation.
Yes, that would be wonderful.
Okay. Any questions before I move on?
Lazo, you've held up so well for this 83-page.
I think it's actually shorter though. I think the first year was, my God, that was a long read. That was a lot to do there. All right. So this is your budget spreadsheet. And this is on the website on this agenda page, and we'll get the budget page created here shortly. But there's multiple tabs on this spreadsheet, right? Starting all the way to the left is the overview, the snapshot of everything, right? It starts with the general fund. It goes by category, what our revenues were in the amended budget. So when you see A1, that's Amendment 1, so FY21 Amended 1 budget. And then the FY22 City Manager proposed budget, right? And I put in comments here kind of describing from a macro scale what's happening in each of these categories. And you get total revenues, and then you get expenditures by categories as well. And then again, here's that surplus I was talking about, really more like 1.64 million, but that's the surplus. You'll see the big kind of decision point for you all for this FY22 budget cycle. You go down, same thing with the water sewer fund, breaks it down by categories. For revenues and expenditures, give some commentary on what's going on. Same thing with the stormwater, solid waste, and then we plug in schools as well, based off their request, or what they're requesting in terms of expenditures, and then approved revenues right now. Again, if you apply the 1.7 million to that number, that's why we have this $200,000 deficit right now, right? So something's gonna have to give either here, or we're gonna have to cut somewhere else to kind of fully fund their request. But again, it's an unofficial request, so I think they're gonna be adjusting that anyways. And then this lists every single city program revenue, every single city program expenditure, including the enterprise funds in one. So if you wanted to ask the question, what's every single dollar that the governing body is budgeting for and appropriating, this is that snapshot of that.
Laszlo, sorry to interrupt you. Another question came in. Mr. Mike Smith would like to know, following off the previous question, would it be possible to put something in with the water bill listing what is and is not recyclable with our service?
Sure. If you don't mind emailing me, or I don't know, these questions, because I'm not gonna.
You're CC'd,
Okay.
yeah.
You just remember that too, is the condos don't get water billing.
Yeah, and the apartments as well. So it has to be kind of separate flyers for them. To the right of this, I usually put in some ratios such as economic development to property tax ratios, administrative overhead, right? You don't ever want to have your overhead taken up 20% or more. Nonprofits will do this, and I always recommend local governments do the same thing as well. You want your money, your taxpayer money, going to these services, what they're paying for, which is police, fire, and all the other departments that we have. The next tab is the line item. This is the actual line item budget that goes into every single kind of, within each of these categories in this tab, it breaks it down into all the line items that are part of that. So for real estate and personal property tax, you can see the current year projections and then the delinquencies, right? What we're forecasting the delinquent to collect for all these prior year delinquencies. So we've been hitting very aggressive with these delinquencies because that was a big issue we had early on. You can see on the top here, we start with 18, 19, 20 actuals. So you have a few years of historical data for what we've done for each of these line items. We have the current budgeted amount for FY21, which is the amended budget, the 6-month actuals, so you can see kind of our burn rate for the first 6 months of the budget. And then this is what you're actually voting on, column K. Just remember, column K is your critical column to look at because that's FY22. The rest of this is a planning, a strategy, a financial analysis of kind of what our position is, where we want to head to. But 22 is what you actually vote for from a total budget and line item perspective. So it lists the total amount. You can see for a lot of these, there's like here, this is the total amount when you combine these two of assessment times tax rate, but people don't always pay on time, right? So this is kind of what amounts we get on time and then what we get for late payments. So we always break it off by that so we track our delinquencies as well. And you have every category. You have personal property tax, you have penalties and interest, all the historical delinquencies that we still need to collect. We make those assumptions that we collect them over many years, as long as you're legally permitted to do so. So usually they have a cutoff like 5 years for personal property tax. Motor vehicle license, right? That's kind of the decal fee, what you're generating from that. PPTRA, I don't know if you all are familiar with that program or not. That's the Personal Property Tax Relief Act. It was in 2000 it was passed, but that was to help reduce personal property tax bills. And it used to go up every year to make sure that people weren't paying more personal property taxes, but then they froze the amounts in 2005. So this 1.368 million, that's the money we got in fiscal year 2005, and that's all we're gonna get in perpetuity until the General Assembly either reduces it or increases it, which there's never been talks of that happening, but we get that constant amount each year. And here's your economic revenues, your sales tax, your BPOL, delinquencies, M&T, machinery and tools tax, cigarette tax, which again is one that keeps going down because vape is taking market share away from cigarettes. And they're still talking in the state about whether they'll allow us to eventually start taxing vape. So if they do, that number will go up.
Don't get taxed right now?
I don't think, not by the cigarette tax board. I don't know what the process is, but we don't get any of the tax money from vapes. We outsource collections to the Northern Virginia Cigarette Tax Board. They collect for almost every jurisdiction in Northern Virginia. So you kind of have economies of scale. And so they go out and we'll check our retailers, kind of do the audits like I talked about before, kind of BPOL and meals tax audit. They'll do that for cigarettes, but it's just a big issue. Like cigarettes are losing market, which is good. I mean, it's a good thing. Like if cigarette usage and vape usage is going down, that's a good thing. We're happy to lose that money. But we're losing money to another not healthy option there. So it's not a good thing for the city.
Right.
Meals tax, again, if you look at historically, look at this year, FY19. So I misspoke, I said 450,000, 479,000 pre-COVID, right? Actual 362,000, and looking at kind of current trends, 6 months, we'll be lucky if we get to 300,000.
Mm-hmm.
The elected officials, / elections officers, so those are this should be called constitutional officers. So Commissioner of Revenue, Treasurer, and Patricia's office, the voter registrar, because they get revenues from the state as well. They're because of constitutional positions or state quasi-state entities, they do get some state money. It's just not that much. It doesn't cover a lot of the actual expenditures. PD, this lists all their revenue sources. Court fines have been going down. They're just not able to collect as effectively as before. Parking funds are going up. But you can just kind of see trends in terms of what's happening. HB 599 is not growing that much in a long time. But this lists every single source for all these departments for fire, the permitting for the fire marshal, and then EMS cost recovery. That's a big one. And for that one, Medicare and Medicaid are much better. They reimburse at 100%. Whereas insurance companies, they pawn that off to deductibles, and then we just don't end up getting that money.
Third question, Erica wants to know, is inflation built into the budget?
It is and it isn't. So yes, you see in a lot of these categories that items will go up. It's just very hard to predict inflation right now. So that is a concern, and it's a very good question, because if inflation starts going up higher, we're assuming kind of very low growth here, but we may be impacted by that over the next few years if inflation starts to go up with kind of all the increased Federal Reserve and federal government spend. But yeah, we do factor in kind of growth in costs, in expenditures, and also revenues as well. Community development, here's a permitting fee. Again, that's a big jump. You can see 120,000 to 480. You can see the actuals, the last, 19 was 87,000. It's starting to go up in 20. Site development fees, I forgot to mention that. That was another part of the downtown as well. That's gone up or going up. And then here's your VDOT money for street maintenance, what you get each year. We haven't got the final number for 22, so this is subject to change. We usually end up adjusting that in the budget amendment. ESS, again, you get a lot of state and federal money. So these codes here, 855, 858, those are state codes. We added those a couple of years ago just to align those because we were using our GL codes, and that doesn't align at all with the state. So we wanted to track expenditures and revenues by the state codes, because that's how they get reimbursed. And you can see there's a state component and a federal component, and it's the system where we get reimbursed called LEASER. So we put that in there. And it just has all the different components of DSS, the different funding sources, federal support for adoption service. All these different components are listed here. And this one, where is it? 847. This 847 is a new one here. This is where we got that letter. That's funding that position. So assuming we get this new 847 money, that's 100% funded, which I think it's looking like we will. Then we'll have the money to pay for this new position. These 861s are also new this year as well. They weren't there last year.
Does Manassas Park have a homeless shelter?
We do not, no. CSA, see, it's a big revenue, but nowhere near where we need it to be to help with our expenditures. Parks and Rec, you can see with 21, we reduced it pretty dramatically compared to previous years. Again, we're not recovering fully until 24. This goes over all the different programs. And then miscellaneous, these are just, what they are, miscellaneous. They don't really fit in any other category, but we have a lot of these utility taxes that we get from the state. So the state will tax, Novak, Columbia Gas, the bank, right? And then they give us a portion of that tax revenue. There's just different components here. You can send me questions on kind of what these elements are, and then you can kind of respond either via email or come in and present on the as well. There's a lot to this.
And these Excel files are locked. We can't muck it up by hitting them.
I have everything in the background. So this is a no formula. So what we do is we save as and get rid of all the formulas. The one we work off of has a bunch of formulas linked to a bunch of different things.
Yeah.
So that's what we're working off. So if someone is able to screw around with our file on the website, it doesn't impact what we're doing. You can see again last year the CARES Act. You can see what we got with that. So that's kind of total revenues, and then expenditures. I'm going to go down the commissioners. This is the first example here. So you have, for each department, you have the salaries, right? So what we're paying in salaries total, then all the supporting benefits by kindergarten. What I added this year is that when you see salary adjustments, that's that pay gap reduction strategy that I talked about. So each year, starting in FY23, you'll see how much amount is allocated for that pay increase, right? And then that impacts FICA and everything else. So I keep that separate so that you guys can kind of see what we're actually investing in reducing that gap. And then you also have the positions here, right? So I listed straight up BPOL, meals tax auditor, and then you just scroll right to see when that, can we use that position today? Absolutely. Could you make the argument potentially we could recover revenues more than expenditures? You could. So if we want to make that argument and move quicker with that, we can, but again, I'm trying to budget very tight here for everything. So this is planned for FY26. So we go to there. So that's kind of how to read this. You can go down and show you another example. What is this? The city manager. You got salary adjustments. You got the economic development coordinator, FY23, I was right. Customer service division, FY24. General services division, FY27. That's kind of how to read this, and then each department will have those separated out so you can see that gives you kind of flexibility with decision making for what you want to reduce. And the total for all of the new positions from FY22 to 31 is about $12.9 million.
So Laszlo, when the departments were building their budget, were they doing a zero-based budget?
Yeah, so we have 3 submissions, but all in one spreadsheet. It's we created this a few years ago. We can change it if you all like, but it's the must-have, which is the contracted or legally required, the need to have to kind of to operate, like what's the minimum you need to operate, and then the desired. And that's kind of the desired is where we get these additional employees, where we get that pay adjustment, the unfunded capital. That comes from the desired budget, and even increases in certain line items that don't show up here. So this budget really is make sure the majority of items are must-have in terms of like contract support, not must-have and need-to-have, which is what we call the base budget, when you combine those two. So when you see like advertising, postage, that's not the desired budget. We don't budget for those things in the desired budget. The only thing that I've got in here from the desired budget are the salary adjustments and the additional positions. So everything here is either must-have or need-to-have.
Okay.
Yeah.
Unless it's the salary, the proposed salary positions.
Correct, the salaries and the positions. Those two are from the desired budget.
Okay.
And that's why I want to separate those out so you can see, because that's where you all have 100, you can say, no, let's just get rid of those things and invest it somewhere else.
Right, because that helps me. I mean, because I know when I've had to do budgets in other places I've worked at, I had to show what my must-haves were, need-to-haves, and the nice-to-haves.
Yeah.
And I'm sorry, but my voice is going.
Salary adjustments, IT, same thing. Police is the next big one here. We have the different positions. So FY23 for the specialized detective, unfreezing those 2 officers, 24. Parking enforcement division 25, and the downtown is kind of up and running. And then the animal control officer 28, and then the salary adjustments. We'll see what each year what we're investing extra. And then these are all just a lot of these line items are standard, right? We will have unique ones like the fire and police. You have this line of duty yearly fee. And then but most of these are kind of common, like professional services, contract services, printing and buying, postage, travel, and education. Those are constant kind of across all departments. And so for PD, they have the police section, then they have what's the E911. So you'll see a start of a new salary. When you see salaries, wages, overtime, that's usually the start of a different division. So PD has 2, their regular police, and then their E911. And you can see they also have group health, life insurance, maintenance service contracts, training, etc. Forgot to mention for healthcare, there's actually good news this year. There was no increase in premiums, so that was really good news. The perfect time. Fire department, salary, wages, and the different positions. So the salary adjustments, again, they're the furthest behind, so they're going to have the largest invest in. And the fire medics again. So we're assuming we win the grant, we get these medics funded by the federal government in 22, 23, 24, and then we pick up the tab in 25. Yeah, the overtimes, which are big. I'll scroll down to Calvin's budget. Community development is the most complicated. You're going to see a lot of divisions within here with salary and wages. And the salary amounts will adjust year by year, not purely because of growth in positions or percentage increases, but because we adjust a lot of times the share of what to charge to the general fund versus the water and sewer fund versus the stormwater fund. So you will see some adjustments. I think this year we tilted it slightly a little bit more to the general fund than previous years. You can see if I think the highlighted ones are the ones for FY22. I just want to kind of point those out. So like the part-time code enforcement support, requesting that in FY22. And the transportation, so you see you start a new division here, streets department salary wages, and then you have the transportation program manager starting in FY22, that's why it's highlighted. You get down to fleet salary wages, and again, eventually fleet and facilities. I have like general services division within the city manager budget. Eventually that's going to be its own department, and we're going to move this facilities and fleet within that category as well. But right now I'm just putting kind of the cost amounts so you see what those are and keeping them in one line item so to not add additional confusion. That's the general fund. Again, this goes out all the way to FY31, so you can kind of see how things are changing and kind of what we think, how things will grow and where we say keep it tight on this and figure out a way to get it funded at this level, despite inflation. Parks and Rec, we talked about this earlier, so this is where the part-time salary and wages are. So you can see that's the largest part-time salary line item in any department, and it's actually more than the full-time salary. And that's also expected to grow because of the minimum wage increases. That's kind of being factored into this growth as well. We still have a lot of CARES Act, so this will kind of confuse things this year. So we have a lot of CARES Act, but either way, we're going to have ARPA next year, so these budgets are really going to be confusing these next few years because of all these other sources, but we separate these out for auditing purposes. We want to have separate GL codes for CARES Act, separate GL codes for ARPA, so if we do get audited, we can go back to each of these and get the details to the auditor. But this kind of throws things off for, you have a lot of things in 21 that are in 22. Oh. We'll have reserves here. I'm sorry, debt and then reserves, so you can see in the out years how we're contributing to the different reserve funds. You have transfers to capital project fund, which is this number here, how much the operating budget is transferring to the capital project budget. So you can see in 23 that goes up pretty dramatically to start funding our capital. Schools, and again, I created this because this is your big decision point here on what the project is going to be, the high school roof, what's the option you're going to go with, how much do we have to tuck away for that. That's why I highlight that one, and that's why we have the surpluses to be able to address that project. For shared services, did go up, the sheriff's office, and I want to say the CSB did go up, but these are all, when you see shared services, those are county entities that we share with City of Manassas Park. Regional services are kind of quasi-state, so like the health department, right, for now at least. CSB, which is kind of quasi-state as well. So that's kind of how they're distinguished. So we get a bill from the county for shared services. For regional services, we get separate bills from each of those entities.
Can I ask, what's the difference between local health and public health?
Let me get back to you on that one. We ask that question each year because we get one of those. We get.
I couldn't hear what his question was.
The difference between local health and public health.
Okay.
They're essentially there's a share that goes to the county to cover the health department responsibility, and then there's a separate direct agreement with the health department. From my understanding, I think the county one is kind of the overhead management of the health department, but let me get back to you. You can write that down. We ask that each year, and I always forget what the answer is, but we always ask that question because they're separated between regional. And definitely the one that's regional is the actual health department, the one that briefed you a few months ago. The shared one is the county requirement, I think, from the state of what they have to put in is our share of that requirement. It just gets billed. The reason why it's split out is because one is billed by the county and one is billed directly by the state, which is the county or the Prince William Health District. So here's total expenditures. Purple is always net, right? So revenues minus expenditures. And that's where we have this surplus. Debt is just a debt fund that we have to have for auditing purposes, where we transfer money from the operating budget to the debt fund and then make the payments on our debt via these vehicles here. Water and sewer is structured exactly like the general fund, but much smaller. You guys kind of get a feel for how this works. It goes down to stormwater and then ends with solid waste. CIP.
God, I love this.
What's that?
I say I love this.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
So the CIP, this is the line item for the CIP. You'll see later on here, there's a CIP summary, which it looks almost like the budget overview, but it's just a summary of each program across 10 years. The CIP tab is the actual line item that lists every single revenue source and every single project within the CIP and what year it's being funded. And here's an example of the capital lease principal and interest. This is what the actual GL code is, what we actually pay, but I'm showing you here what comprises, what makes up these two numbers here. What are the different elements within that? You'll see that administration and general services, that's where we're starting to kind of consolidate IT, facilities, fleet. So this is the enterprise program, right? That's going to be a big part of our budget presentation on what we're spending across the 10 years, what we're saving, how many vehicles we're getting. And if you're interested in diving deeper into these line items, you go to this tab called Fleet, and it shows every single vehicle by year for each department. We spend a lot of time on this.
Yeah.
Look at META,
Shows.
the META fund balance, if you want to look at what that looks like. Revenues in, expenditures out, same thing with PRTC. We usually put these notes to update for the resolutions. This was a request from the mayor a couple of years ago, just to stay on top of these historical resolutions that we've had with the PRTC to kind of try to close out these projects. And Calvin and Carla have done a pretty good job this year of trying to close out a few more of these projects.
Yeah, he's worked really hard on that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Water, sewer structured the same way, every single project within this. And the capital budget is just the FY22 version. So if you're not interested in looking at the CIP, or you just want to see what, because you're voting, this is what you'll actually appropriate, or will ask for your appropriations. You don't appropriate the CIP, you approve the CIP, but you only appropriate the FY22 share. So if you want to dive deep into that, you can do that, and this gives a little bit more of explanation for each of those. And then the slides will go into a lot of detail. So that's where you'll get a lot more information. In the budget book, we always, as appendices, we attach my city manager budget presentation and also the CIP slides, so you have that to reference, because the slides do a pretty good job of explaining each program.
And I don't know, what is this Safe Route Project program? $200,000?
Let's see, where was that? Safe Routes to School?
Safe Route Project under PRTC is under the CIP tab.
It was in transportation, or was it in the PRTC fund balance? I want to say it's transportation. I'm thinking it's the Safe Routes to School project. But that project, we were incorrectly billed. So we had a final invoice we had to make in 21 if it's a Safe Routes. And I'm sorry, my vision is getting a lot worse. Let me zoom in here. Is this where you found it?
No, it's under tab 2, line 258, or I mean 263, sorry.
363 in the CIP tab?
262 on the CIP tab.
Okay, 262. 262.
Yeah, go down.
262, keep going down. There you go. Go up.
Denver Drive. So what's your question? What is
263. The Safe Routes Project.
Safe Routes.
$200,000 for that project.
Yeah, that's money we're likely going to get back. So again, The Safe Routes to School project was done a few years ago. It's how those sidewalks on Euclid Avenue were built. So that was a city transportation project that I believe Safe Routes is a federal program. So it was a separate program that we got. But these programs usually require matches. So we either use MBTA money or PRTC money. Most of the time we use MBTA money, but on this occasion they requested some PRTC money for this. So what this is saying in these notes, these are resolutions that the governing body passed. So you can see for this Safe Routes, they passed it in 2008 to request the PRTC to reserve within our fund balance a set amount that we'll use for a project. And then when we expend that money on the project, we then ask the PRTC to reimburse us. And the problem was a lot of these resolutions, we weren't getting those reimbursements. So we ended up using MBTA money. So we started, when Calvin took over and with guidance of the mayor, we started going back, because I didn't even know about these historical resolutions, going back and trying to get this money, either getting the money to us so it helps from a cash perspective, or having it go back into the PRTC fund balance. Yeah, so this is not new money that we have to spend. This is money either that will go back into the PRTC fund balance or reimburse us for a already recognized expenditure in our audit. So it doesn't really help us for purpose.
Lots of the slides that we'll see, will those have a justification or business need?
Yeah, they have a comprehensive plan justification and a business justification as well.
Okay, thank you.
Let's see, where was I? Debt, this goes over, and we provide historical, so you could really see what that spike looked like from FY15 and on for the city, for the schools, going out until we retired debt. These latter years, we have city, we have schools, then you have, what is this? Water and sewer, and then we have UOSA down here as well. Sorry, here's UOSA. And then here to the left, these are the outstanding balances. This is where we get the 100 million total that we owed in the past. So that's kind of a snapshot of all of our debt by the actual sources of debt that we have. Reserves, this is what I briefed you on earlier. Fund balance, same thing. I briefed you, I showed you that on the slides it has all this on there, and then one of the slides had this as well. Mm-hmm. But in our actual file, it's like everything is linked to the different tabs. So it feeds on each other in terms of fund balance growth and all the different components, CIP. And that was a problem before, is like the CIP was never the same document as the operating, so there was things that were kind of left off. They didn't match before. So we consolidated everything. These are each department has, when I showed you that audit piece, you saw that there were funds that we couldn't touch, right? The like committed funds or non-major governmental funds. Some of those fall into these categories, so like police, right? Asset seizures. There's funds that they get that we can't just spend on other things. It has to be for these specific sources. So we list that out. We show MBTA again for social services. They have a special welfare fund where on behalf of children that receive certain Social Security disability payments, other things, the social services department is kind of the entity that kind of supervises that and provides distribution for that program. And Parks and Rec, I believe this is like a specific donation program as well. So we show all those different kind of components of departmental fund balances as well. These are the admin fees. So what admin fee is the overhead general fund cost and what percentage allocation is going, what percent is allocated to water and sewer, to stormwater, and to trash. And that determines how much they have to reimburse the general fund, right? So finance, IT, they do a lot.
Is it a set percentage or does it vary from?
We can vary, yeah. We usually, so ideally, when we get our a future HR platform where timesheets can be done based off activity, that's what you want to do, because then you can really start determining what are the actual hours spent on each category. Now it's everyone's how much time am I spending on X, how much time. On the public works side, they had a work order system, it wasn't working the best way. We're now implementing a new work order system, so at least the public works crew on their mobile phone can kind of clock in for each activity, whether it's water, sewer, or streets, and then we can start getting a good 3-year or 5-year average, and then you can keep adjusting it to make sure it's matching accurately what the actual overhead allocations should be, or the spreads between Calvin's departmental budgets and how much salary should go for each line item. But this is basically kind of we looked at historical numbers, we modified it now about 2 times over the last few years, what percentages based off of kind of the amount of work done. So you see like the treasurer, 64%, because the majority of work they do is water and sewer billing. It's not actual tax collection. So that's why a big chunk of their department gets reimbursed by the water and sewer fund. Because if you didn't have them, like if you were, let's say we created a Manassas Park Water and Sewer Authority, they would need their own CEO, they would need their own budget person, they would need their own payroll person, they would need their own treasurer-like folks who are collecting bills, right? We do that for the utility bill, and that's why, and so you have an economies of scale because we do that for other departments as well, so you end up saving money for utility users by going this route. And this is an acceptable audit procedure, because if you don't do this, you're actually subsidizing the water and sewer fund with the general fund. And same thing, so 501 is water and sewer, 502 is stormwater, and 503 is solid waste. The best way to remember that, they usually start water and sewer on top, stormwater, and then solid waste. So 501, 502, 503. And this just goes across each fiscal year, how much should go back to the general fund. And this, again, subject to change. If we notice the percentages just aren't accurate, we'll adjust the percentages up or down. These are the department nets that I showed you as well, kind of what revenue they bring in. The desired new positions, the yellow ones, again, made it to the budget. The unhighlighted ones did not. Unfunded capital. And then if you want to see the actual charts that I showed in the presentation, they're all here as well if you want to take a look at that, and then how you, kind of the timeline information to generate those charts. And then the assessment tab as well. This goes over from every single family versus townhome, kind of what's been happening with assessments over the last few years and what the changes. And then also commercial and then state utilities as well. So any questions on how to read this spreadsheet? You'll also be getting a budget book. So actually, let me go back to the slide deck here because I'll discuss kind of what the next steps are. All right.
Can I ask a quick question?
Yes.
On the, I guess the revenue, I didn't see anything from the VRE garage. Are we still doing the ground lease?
For revenues.
Are we getting ground lease from the VRE for our parking garage?
Should be.
Already.
That's what we started out in the very beginning and then had problems with VRE.
They're paying the annual lease.
Well, that was for the redesign. I'm talking about
I'm sorry,
VRE
not payment.
paying us a lease. Instead of selling the land, wasn't that the negotiations we?
No, I don't think they're paying an annual lease payment to the city.
Would it just be like a perfunctory $1 a year or something?
We'd have to check. We can get back with you on that, but there was an agreement that was voted on, I think in December.
Yeah.
But I don't think there was a fee that they had to pay for us. Essentially, they're providing our city a service with the garage,
Right,
but if they ever
right.
cease to use it, that was one of the big things. We just get it back. So it's, I think that was part of they're building the garage, so I think that was part of it. But
it might be something like $1 just
I
to
think
make
you're right. I think Dean usually puts
to make it legal or
correct. To make it
whatever.
legal, there's actual
Yeah.
amount that's put in there, but I don't think it's a revenue source.
Yeah, no.
Yeah, I mean, at first I thought they were going to buy the land, but then that whole negotiation switched to a ground lease cooperation.
I think there was going to be a reverter clause, and then that.
But they never
fizzled.
agreed to kind of buy the land either, even when it was in the base tract. Like, it was always viewed as a city contribution was land
Right.
in kind. So there wasn't, at least from my time here, there wasn't a desire from our part to charge them for the land or for a lease. But we can go back and look at that agreement, but I don't think they're paying an annual lease for the garage. They are for the surface lot, so we do get that. That is in the operating budget under miscellaneous. You'll see a surface lot VRE payment, but not for the garage itself.
Our very first funding for phase one from the NVTA, I think, was contingent upon, as you said, the in-kind contribution of the land.
Yeah, I think you're right about that. So we can check back, see, but I don't think there was ever a discussion of them paying a lease. All right. So next steps, please review these slides. Please review the Excel file. Send me any questions. It's a lot to look at. Your April 20th is an important date. That's when we present the CIP project by project. And we also do request our public to really, after a few weeks of looking at all this, come in and really give you all their opinion, right? It's not technically a public hearing, but what happens is we end up advertising not to exceed amount. It's good to get kind of public input before we do that, and then public hearing input as well after the advertised amount. So we always use that date as kind of, they can always send comments otherwise, but we always try to kind of push to hear comments from the public on April 20th. You'll be getting also the draft budget book by then as well. So that's a Word document, usually about 150-page Word document that gives descriptions of each program, each line item, and then usually appendices for that are going to be these presentations. And then work sessions. So starting next Tuesday, we're going to start the work sessions. So you'll have police and fire next Tuesday and community development. April 27th, you'll have schools, DSS, and Parks and Rec. And I want to say the constitutional officers will be, I don't know if they're going to be present on the 27th or the 13th. Let me get back to you on that. But they'll be here also to answer any questions, and as will the registrar on their budget if you have any questions for them. So we're meeting every Tuesday going forward. You can see that by May 11th is where I really need you all to provide me guidance on what you want to set as your budget expenditure ceiling, the tax rates, all those things that we can actually then advertise for the June 1st public hearing. Technically, we don't make a decision that day. We can go back a day or a week or so, but not too far back because we need to make the June. We need to have a public hearing 2 weeks before approval of the budget. So the latest really we need to advertise is, I say no later than May 15th, but technically we could do a week or so after that if we had to, but it's better to get the public hearing out of the way and then try to finalize things in June if we can.
I have a question.
Yeah.
The budget book being delivered by April 20th, is that for the meeting on April 20th?
No, that's just overall for another thing to read if you want more details.
Okay.
Yeah. But you're going to get a pretty long presentation separate from the book. So some people like to look at spreadsheets. Some people want an actual book with Microsoft Word explanation of things.
Okay.
So just, it depends how you like to use it. And so now that I finalized the budget Sunday night. So now finance and everyone's working on the budget book based on kind of how I finalized. Now we still have to make some adjustments as well. They were working, they're working on the budget book beforehand, but they have to adjust based off all the changes that I made. So that's why it takes a little bit of time to get that budget book done.
Actually, I enjoy both.
Well, you probably need both to really get the
feel
sense.
of it. Yeah. So on April 20th, we're hoping that the roof contractor will be present.
I think April 13th, the roof contractor.
This coming Tuesday.
Yeah.
Okay, thank
That'll
you.
give you then some more time to reflect, and it's actually perfect timing. So they come on the 13th, they can explain what they recommend for the police roof, what they recommend for the schools, and then we go into a CIP discussion the following Tuesday. So we'll go over those items again that Tuesday. So you have, and then the 27th, the schools come in to do their briefing. So you have a few weeks to discuss it.
Okay. If they have any material, could you make sure that if you have the material, if it's given to you, that you could give it to us so that we can look it over in advance?
I think for the schools, it's going to be that file that I sent. What I'm trying to get from them is a proposal for the police station.
The document that you sent. Okay.
Right. But I'm trying to get, again, that proposal for the police station.
For the police, okay.
We can have an agenda item with that proposal ready for you all to evaluate and potentially take action on it. Because the first step is a thorough evaluation for the police station.
Right.
That's what it is.
Okay. Have they looked at the police station?
They did. They need to actually have other engineers and other people do a more thorough evaluation.
Okay. Will it be ready by the 13th?
I'm hoping the proposal's ready by then.
Okay.
Not the evaluation, the proposal for the evaluation.
I see.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Thank you. This,
And
I'm sorry, go ahead.
And then this is the last slide. Your key decision points, and there could be more than this, but for FY22 specifically, right, it's the pay raise. You approve the 3% pay raise. You want to do less than that. You want to do the salary gap starting in 22 versus 23. Kind of how do you want to go there? The full-time equivalents. Really, I didn't put the family services specialist because that's a state-funded program. If we get it, good. If we don't, then the decision point will be, well, do we still want to do it or not? But at this point, we're assuming we're getting the money. And we'll come back if we don't, and see what we can do there. But your decision for FTEs, you want to hire part-time code enforcement support, part-time CSA program administration, and your transportation program manager. The real estate tax rate reduction, is that what you want to do? Is that too little, too much? Stormwater and trash rate increases. Again, no water and sewer rate increases being recommended. And then allocation of that 1.7, or really $1.6 million, $1.64 million surplus. How much allocate to the high school roof? If there's a remaining amount, what to do with that remaining amount? Put it into reserves, put a little bit more into road maintenance. What do we want to do with that money? Is going to be the key decision point for you all. Then strategic decisions going down the road based off your guidance, right? I don't feel comfortable with what we've done with road maintenance, right? What are we going to do to get that up, right? Are we going to cut other things off the model? That's more strategic because you're not voting on that for FY22. That's just kind of more of us kind of planning for the future, how we deal with that. And then, reserves, right? We don't get to fully funded reserves in this model. How do we get to fully funded reserves plus road maintenance, right? Business mix, further development. Those are kind of your more strategic, ongoing evaluations for our overall financial position. So that's all I have for tonight.
So I have a question. You said there might be a surplus from the 1.7 would not be 1.7, it would be
1.64.
1.64.
Yeah.
So timeline-wise, would we know what the cost of the electrical room would be in time enough to allocate that money to the?
No, but that's where you can just put it in reserves.
Okay.
And then when we come back for the budget amendment, after we get the full evaluation, we can come back during the budget amendment and say, hey, here's how much it costs. We allocated, I think it was $150,000 in the CIP. And let's say it comes back at 180, we'll come back and request that additional 30. If it comes back under that 150, then we're good to go. We just bring back a contract to execute the work.
Okay.
I have a question.
Yeah, go ahead.
When will we know the limitations or how we can spend the ARP money?
I have no idea.
And how is that folded into the process?
I'm sorry, Darryl, I couldn't hear what you said.
How are we going to fold in the American Rescue Plan funds into the process? And do we know when we'll know what we can spend it on and what we can't spend it on?
We have a rough idea.
But CARES,
Yeah,
using the CARES.
it's minimum CARES, but it's more expansive and then kind of less expansive in some areas. So in terms of where it's less expensive for pay, they specifically identify like no stipends. It has to be an actual pay raise if you can use it for that. But other than that, it's CARES Act plus allocation for loss of revenue. So all that Parks and Rec revenue that we lost, the meals tax revenue, theoretically you can use it for that, but what the treasurer, at least from last time I was updated by GFOA, the Government Finance Association, was in contact with the treasury in the White House. The discussion is, well, are you looking at total revenue loss or by category? So like, let's say you lost money in meals tax, but you made up for it in sales tax. Can you now count a revenue loss or not, right? So until we get a document from the treasurer, it's not quite clear what we can do with this. And then what is clear though, they did specify you can use it for water, sewer, and broadband. So that was clear. For some reason, they carved those out, and not transportation, but they carved out those three capital items that you can use it for. So depending on how much money we get, we could theoretically use it for like smart meters and things like that.
And could we use it potentially for things like a ladder truck or the ambulance we purchased tonight?
I think the ambulance, absolutely, yeah. The ambulance is direct kind of healthcare related.
Yeah, I would think so too.
The ladder truck is kind of an asset if you have a high-rise fire where it's more. The fire engine, I think you may be able to justify because they do a lot of medical responses with the fire engine. So I think that could potentially be one as well. But I don't feel comfortable until I get that Treasury guidance stating what we can and can't use it for, but I'm thinking yes at this point for those specific items. But we don't even know how much we can get or we're going to get. They have a 60-day requirement to get the money to us, but 60 days after Congress approved it. But I don't know if us is the state. I don't know if us is Prince William County and then they gave it to us. I don't know what the process is, and I haven't been given updated guidance.
Okay.
CARES Act was a little bit more clear. They gave it to the state, and then the state told us how much we were going to get, and then they asked us, they gave us the Treasury document to certify receipt of the money. And so I think that will happen here again. It's just that maybe with the Treasury directory that we have to sign the certification form, or it could be from the state again. I just don't know. Yeah, that's why I mean, like, you're right. We're at a mindset right now that's probably more conservative than we're going to end up being. But let's say they reduce the amount pretty dramatically, and it just ends up being kind of the CARES Act amount. There's some things you can do. So we don't know how much we're going to get. That's what I'm telling you. Is like what they've shown is not accurate. That's what we've been told.
Yeah, they're changing the
miscalculated Virginia
formulas.
completely, the Virginia localities. So it's a very good chance that it's going to be reduced dramatically, the amount that we're going to be getting.
Yeah.
So until we know what that amount
For
is,
sure,
yeah, there's a lot of good things. Like if the number they showed us, yeah, if we got that, that's a game changer. But I don't think it's going to be anywhere near that amount of money that they said that they would be sending to us. So we have to find out how much we're getting, and then get the Treasury guidance on what we can spend it on. That's why I'm recommending we hold off till we get the money, till we get the Treasury guidance, and then we do a budget amendment. We spend some time like we do with the CARES Act, where we developed a separate budget just for CARES Act. We reviewed that. The governing body approved that CARES Act budget. Then I incorporated that into a budget amendment with new line items, and then the governing body voted on that budget amendment. So it was almost like a two-step process to properly plan for it. This one's a little bit more complicated because it's a 3.5 year funding source. So you get half year one, the other half year two, but you have 3.5 years to spend all that amount of money. So I guess technically you could spend, half of it year one, half of it year two, and then be done within 2 years, or you can kind of spread it out. So yeah, but it's going to be a help for sure. Just like CARES Act was a big help for us.
Yes.
That money's, and I explained kind of one way clearly that's going to help, where you saw where, again, the department nets, what the departments actually cost our taxpayers in terms of increase was $100,000 less for our departments, except for Parks and Rec. But with this money, I think it's going to balance out. It's going to zero out that increase for that deficit for Parks and Rec. And you don't always, it's not always the case that it's going to be less of an impact for taxpayers. Usually it goes up, right? But that's just kind of reflective of how tight we manage our budgets here. Yeah.
They're supposed to be reworking the formulas. I don't know if that's true or not, but that's what they say.
Yeah.
So.
So we continue.
Because Virginia's different.
We're special.
Okay. Wow, that was really something, Laszlo. That was a wonderful presentation.
Was.
Yeah.
Wow.
It's really meaty. It's a lot to take in. So are there any last questions before we move on? Or we send Laszlo our questions or save them up for the next meeting or whatever?
Email's always great, because that way I have records
Yeah.
and we can start creating a Q&A sheet with all the questions asked. Now we have documentation.
Is that,
share that with the public as well.
yeah, is that okay with you, Preston and Hasib? Email your questions and we'll go from there?
Yeah, I'll go with that.
Okay, thank you. Do you have anything for manager's report?
I did, and I forgot what it was.
Well, that's okay. You've given us more than enough to think about. Okay. We'll be going into closed session. City Attorney, do you want to read us into closed session?
I recommend the governing body go into closed meeting to consult with the city attorney and receive briefings by staff members pertaining to litigation against Novak relating to the Connor Drive Road Improvement Plan pursuant to paragraph 7 of subsection 2.2-3711A of the Code of Virginia.
Do we have a motion?
Moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed, abstained? Okay, we'll go into closed session. 15-minute break to allow our council members at home to get to